All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone had a good lunch. Now we're going to finish up the must-offer obligation and bid insertion section. Where we left off, we were talking about the interrelationship between RA enhancements, day-ahead market enhancements, and the extended day-ahead market initiative, all of which will be implemented simultaneously in fall of 2021. Now we're going to get into a little bit more about each initiative and try to understand the correlation a little bit more. So each effort has a specific goal and purpose. For resource adequacy, we know the purpose is to ensure forward procurement of capacity so adequate supply is available and bid into the CAISO market. In RA enhancements, we will be aligning RA requirements with the transforming needs of the grid. In the day-ahead market, we will co-optimize energy and ancillary services to meet daily load and reliability requirements, and the day-ahead market enhancements will introduce imbalance reserves to meet ramping and uncertainty needs between the day-ahead and real-time markets and appropriately compensate resources to be available for real-time dispatch. Regional markets allow multiple entities to share resources across a larger footprint to capture diversity and efficiency benefits, and our extended day-ahead market initiative will develop provisions to allow participation in the day-ahead market by EIM entities, recognizing different planning and procurement paradigms. So that is a little bit of an overview of each initiative and their purpose. Next, we'll go into the relationship between RA enhancements and DAME, as well as RA enhancements and EDAM. So the RA enhancements and DAME relationship can be summarized in these 3 bullets. RA establishes the requirement to bid or self-schedule into the day-ahead market. The day-ahead market initiative will introduce a real-time must-offer obligation for resources that are committed in day-ahead, including awarded imbalance reserves. So the imbalance reserves will replace the need for a real-time must-offer obligation for all RA resources, whether or not they're committed in day-ahead, because it will be committing capacity to be available for dispatch in real time. And imbalance reserves will cover the incremental cost of making capacity available between day-ahead and real-time markets, because the imbalance reserve is a biddable product and resources will be paid to hold that capacity for use in real time. Any questions on the RA enhancements DAME relationship? Rita, do we have any questions on the phone?
Hi, this is VG stepping in for Rita. A reminder, to ask a question over the phone, please dial #2.
Thank you, VG.
At this time, there are no questions on the phone.
Okay, we'll take the one in the room.
Yeah, this is Grant McDaniel with Wellhead. This kind of gets back to something Doug was saying earlier about using the bids to determine whether or not you're available or not. In the case of where you have this must-offer obligation, if I don't get an award in the day-ahead, if you were to use the bid sets as a measure of availability and you didn't have a must-offer obligation in the real time, then it is possible you could take an outage and not be seen as a force at point. Would that be correct?
Do you mean if you take an outage in real time, but you're not committed in day ahead?
Yeah. So if I don't have a day ahead award, right? So I don't have a real time must offer obligation at that point in time. If I take an outage and it wasn't planned, it wouldn't be seen as a unplanned outage if you were used to use the bids as your measure of availability. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Grant, this is Carl. I see your point, which is to say you're basically, I'm now forced out tomorrow because I didn't have a day-ahead award today, and it doesn't go into UCAP, or wouldn't. And I think that would get down to a question of how outages get reported, forced or planned. I mean, at that point in time, they're still reporting it as a forced outage, which I think would be good utility practice, because again, I think Lauren's going to talk at least briefly about our availability to exceptionally dispatch RA resources if needed in real time. So we'd still have to have that reporting made available to us.
Yeah, and again, this is just more of a question. I'm not saying I would be for this. I'm just, given that Doug was earlier, contemplating having the bids be your measure of availability and just taking out for planned outages or other exceptions. And I think where my head was could this afford a little bit more flexibility for local units that have really struggled to be able to find a place to take especially short-term outages, that if they didn't have a day-ahead award, that they could get that not without accounting against them. Because it's really hard to get a planned outage, obviously, if you're local. It's just thinking out loud.
Thanks, Grant.
Any other questions? Noah?
Noah Thomas, can you talk about whether you see there's a detriment to having a real-time must offer even as day-ahead enhancements go forward?
Yeah, so I think the benefit of having the real-time must offer obligation tied to imbalance reserves is that for resources not committed in the day ahead, then they wouldn't have the real-time must offer. And we've heard from stakeholders that the current must offer obligations as they are today, where resources have to bid into day ahead and real-time, they could be a little too onerous and possibly unnecessary. And we think that this proposal kind of offers a little bit more flexibility for stakeholders that we've heard. The current real-time must offer obligations are a little bit too onerous as they are today. Callie?
This is Callie Wells with WPTF. So this just occurred to me earlier, and I'm just going to throw it out there to see if you guys have given it any thought, and if not, maybe just to kind of keep it in the back of your minds. Without having a real-time must offer obligation, unless you're awarded in day ahead, if that will have any implications on the ISO's current conceptual proposal for system market power, which is only to mitigate in real time. If you're potentially limiting the bids in real time, there's some interplay there between system market power if it goes forth as the conceptual proposal is.
Yeah, I don't have enough knowledge on the system market power initiative to really speak to that at this time, but I think that's a good point to take back to the team, so thanks. All right. Seeing no other questions, we'll go ahead and, go ahead.
Joe from MSC. Just wondering, when you say there's no real-time obligation until you have unless you have a day-ahead award, I think the real-time market actually covers EIM entities, not just the CAISO. If the condition such, even got a low forecasted right for each individual BAs, but because of you extend the footprint in the real time, would that create any issues for, maybe you would, I don't know, maybe would lead to additional resources if, say, resources in the EIM may be more expensive than the CAISO internal resources? Would that be, because the RA capacity, compared to today, the RA capacity would be there, so you would potentially have a more efficient solution. Mm-hmm. But if you exclude this RA capacity, and then, if the outside resources are more expensive, then whether they're going to reduce your efficiency.
Yeah, thanks for that. I think we are considering how the relationship between EDAM plays into this. I have a little bit on the next slide go into some of the considerations that we have for EDAM and RA enhancements. I'm not sure if they directly address the concern that you're bringing up, but we'll talk through that and see if that maybe helps. Another thing that we'll go through is that for EIM and EDAM, resources will still have to pass the resource efficiency test to ensure they have enough resources to balance supply and demand in their own BAA, and then before they participate in EDAM or EIM. But yeah, that's a good point to bring up to consider how the real-time must offer would affect this.
Doug Bochignone, Flint Resource Consultants. I mean, it seems like if you've set the imbalance reserve requirement properly, so you've covered the ISO's internal needs that way, it seems like it shouldn't be an issue. And, you know, entities are free to offer up into real time anyway, even if they don't have an RA obligation. So if the real-time prices are, you know, high enough, you'll get those resources to come in. So it seems like this shouldn't be a problem. I mean, in terms of the market power mitigation, I have some concerns just from the standpoint that it sort of relies on virtual bidding to sort of get convergence, which is a separate issue that we're not getting into here. But it seems like we got to deal with that either way.
Okay. Thanks, Doug.
Lauren, could I just jump in here? This is Chris from CAISO. So I think we would agree with you, Doug, on that, and I just wanted to clarify that idea that you can still bid in the real time. There's nothing that's saying that these, you know, RA resources that aren't awarded in day ahead couldn't bid again in the real time. So I think to Way's question, I think that Lauren had a good point about the EIM sufficiency test should ensure that there's enough resources brought to bear there. And I don't think that there's a big efficiency issue there because most of the load is going to be served through the day-ahead market, obviously, as well. So I just want to add that point to the discussion. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris. There's one other question? No? Okay. So moving on to the RA enhancements and EDAM relationship, there are a few things to consider between these two. The first is the need to avoid double counting of resources in the resource sufficiency evaluation and in RA procurement. So as I mentioned, resources will be required to pass the EDAM resource sufficiency evaluation in order to participate in the day-ahead market, as well as the EIM resource sufficiency evaluation for the real-time market. And this also relates a little bit to the RA imports discussion that we'll have a little bit later on. Also, RUC availability bids will be replaced with biddable imbalance reserves. So currently today, RA resources are required to bid in at $0 into RUC. As a part of RA and EDAM, we'll be removing that requirement to enable efficient scheduling of capacity across the entire EDAM footprint. So this is kind of a summary of everything that we discussed, going from the forward capacity procurement timeframe through the day-ahead market into real time. So CAISO has, starting at the beginning, CAISO has the RA program. EDAM entities will have their own form of integrated resource planning, and then each entity will need to pass the EDAM resource sufficiency evaluation. For CAISO resource adequacy resources, they will have an RA day-ahead must-offer obligation into the day-ahead market. Then as we move into the day-ahead market timeframe, resources will be co-optimized across the EDAM footprint for energy, AS, and imbalance reserves. From those resources that are committed in the day-ahead market, they'll have a real-time must-offer obligation into real-time, and then the real-time market will co-optimize across the EIM footprint. So this graphical depiction is meant to show the process from beginning in the forward capacity space to the real-time market. Any questions on this in the room or on the phone?
We do have one question on the phone.
Okay, we'll take that.
Caller, your line is unmuted.
Yeah, this is Peter Griffiths with PG&E. I guess back on slide 47, I wanted to just confirm that that there's no RA requirement, or there isn't. I mean, non-RA units essentially can bid for the imbalance reserves and get selected for imbalance reserves.
Yeah, non-RA resources are able to bid for imbalance reserves.
And then they would then pick up a real-time must-offer obligation if they're selected.
Yeah, if they're awarded imbalance reserves in day-ahead, they would have a real-time must-offer obligation to bid that amount.
Okay.
Any other questions, Vishu?
No other questions on the phone.
Okay. Moving forward here, we have some of the intended benefits of aligning the RA must-offer obligation with the imbalance reserve product. So the day-ahead market will be able to accurately commit and position resources to provide upward and downward ramp capability into the real-time market. Imbalance reserves will allow the CAISO to efficiently manage the fleet by creating a real-time must-offer obligation based on resources committed in the day ahead. And imbalance reserves should cover the incremental cost of making the capacity available between day ahead and real-time. Moving on, we have another picture just to show how the bidding requirements would work for a resource in day-ahead and real-time, considering their energy schedule and imbalance reserve award. So in day-ahead, resources must bid their shown NQC amount. In this example, the resource is shown its full capacity for RA, so it would bid that into the day-ahead market. Then in real time, it will receive an energy schedule as well as an imbalance reserve up and down award. So the day-ahead energy schedule is shown on the green line. Its imbalance reserve up award is the purple, and the imbalance reserve down is the blue. For the portion of capacity that's been given the imbalance reserve up and down award, those real-time bids must be economic. For the portion that is not imbalance reserve between the PMIN and the blue line, those bids can be either self-scheduled or economic bids. Any questions on this before we move on? Wei?
Just let me see. So I think the day-ahead market enhancement actually have two options. I think this covers probably option one, but option two, I think it actually have two products. I was just trying to understand. And option two, how this would work, but maybe if you can provide information afterwards.
Okay. Megan, do you want to speak a little bit about the two options quickly?
Yeah, hi, Wei. This is Megan Pogue from the CAISO policy team. I'm leading the DAME initiative. And in the last workshop we did present two market formulations. We were calling them option one, which was the financial only market option, and then option two, which was the financial plus forecast option. And option two did include a new product called reliability capacity, which is an hourly product, but will also create a real-time move obligation, and we're coming out with a straw proposal that should be published in January, and with that we'll be narrowing it down to one option and tying that into RA. So we're intentionally here keeping this brief, but I think Lauren's point is any capacity product awarded in the day-ahead market will result in an economic bid into the real-time market.
Thanks, Megan. All right, so moving on to bid insertion. The CAISO proposes to apply bid insertion to all resources that are not use limited and to registered use limited resources with an opportunity cost. For resources with an opportunity cost, its use limitations can be managed through the market with these opportunity costs, so the CAISO thinks it's appropriate to apply bid insertion for those until its use limit is reached. The CAISO believes bid insertion is beneficial to us because it enhances our ability to identify forced outages. This ties back to the UCAP proposal. Resources would need to submit an outage to avoid dispatch, and that'll enable us to more accurately consider the amount of capacity that is on forced outage for the purposes of calculating the UCAP. It also provides reliability to the CAISO by ensuring bids are in the market, and exemptions are required for certain resources that fall outside of the category of non-use limited and registered use limited.
So, no, Steve. So a use limited resource that has reached its use limitation will have the forced outage count against it for purposes of UCAP going forward. Is that right?
Yeah, I think we're still determining what types of outages would be considered as forced for the purposes of the UCAP calculation. So I can't say for sure one way or another how that would affect its UCAP value.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out a link here. So maybe are you just limiting to the fact that you have use limited resources and you have use limitation forced outages? Those will go forward as sort of usual. Is that all you're intending to do for this slide?
Yeah. So we're proposing to apply bid insertion for use limited resources when their use can be managed by their opportunity costs. And then they would need to submit their outage cards in order to not have bids inserted. Yeah. Any other questions on the slide or on the phone?
Any questions in the queue, Viju?
We've got one. Caller, your line is unmuted.
Hi, it's Dave Francis, BTE Energy Trading. Could you go back to slide 51? Just curious the way you have the line you're on the real-time move. Does that imply that you could decommit units that have day-ahead awards based on bids? But you have it to zero.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah, slide 51.
Oh, 51,
move,
sorry.
You have the zero. That's okay. You have the real-time move to zero, not to PMIN. So does that imply that the ISO could use bids to decommit a unit with day-ahead awards?
This is Megan Pogue, again, with policy working on the DAME initiative. And no, that's not the intent here. In order to have flexibility in the downward direction, say if we're in an oversupply situation, we need economic bid range. You would only move from your award of imbalanced reserves down to your PMIN unless it was economic to completely turn the generator offline. But the economic bid range should not go below the PMIN as shown in this diagram.
Well, yeah, you just
so if you're, for say, a long start unit, you would not be decommitted in the real-time market.
Well, that would be a long shut-off unit. Long starts would have already been committed, and if they're past their minimum runtime, why shouldn't they be able to be turned off based on economics?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, it just jumped out that if you meant it to be PMIN versus zero, I just want to make sure I had the understanding. So I'll keep my eyes open for as future discussion goes on, but I appreciate the answer.
Okay.
Lauren,
this
is Chris. So I think we're also trying to show there that you would also obviously have to be bidding in the real time. It essentially from zero up through your full range if you were awarded in the day. I think that's really what that was getting at, not so much the idea that we would be turning off resources in between PMIN and zero. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Good. Okay, thanks.
All right. So moving on to the exemptions to the standard must-offer obligation. Before lunch, we talked about resources having a 24/7 must-offer obligation into the day-ahead market. for most resources, except for those with program limitations or forecasting needs. But we do have some exemptions that we've identified for the 24/7 day-ahead must-offer obligation. These are listed in our second revised draft proposal. It says revised up there, but it's our second revised. And I'm going to go through the specific proposed modifications to what we have existing currently in our reliability requirements BPM. So for RDRR, we are proposing bid insertion at the bid cap in real time only to be used if the CAISO does declare a warning or emergency. RDRR resources are required to bid from 95% to 100% of the bid cap, and we're proposing to insert bids at 100% of the bid cap. For regulatory must-take resources, we're proposing that these resources provide documentation of the availability for the portion that's RMT. For the portion that's not RMT, they would have the standard must-offer obligation. And I'll go ahead and move on to our last slide, which just continues the list of exemptions that we've defined, and then I'll go ahead and take questions one more time. So the next modification that we've proposed is that resources providing system RA may not submit block bids or block self-schedules that are greater than 1 hour. We do allow 1 hour blocks for imports, but we are proposing that going forward the blocks may not be greater than 1 hour, which would allow the CAISO to be able to shape resources on an hourly basis in order to meet our energy needs throughout the day. We have a couple for NGR resources. For NGR resources, we propose that they must bid to reflect their charge and discharge capabilities into the day-ahead market. So we have information onto their full capability, and we're able to feasibly dispatch NGR resources or give them feasible day-ahead schedules. Also, we're proposing that NGR resources register under the non-REM option, non-regulation energy management option, to provide system RA because we don't want to over-rely on resources that are limited to providing regulation only. So we'll go to Mark and then you.
Hi, it's Mark Smith with Calpine. Your first sub-bullet there says system RA resources, but you were talking about imports. The system RA resources are not imports. Which are you talking about?
They are imports, though. The non-resource specific system RA imports.
Okay, so you are talking about imports, and you're not going to allow block bids for imports. So how is an import supposed to manage its min run times and those sorts of things? I mean, you're opening the window now to dispatching a resource in hours 8, 17, 24. I don't understand the rationale behind this change.
Yeah, so I think the idea is we want to be able to shape the resource to meet our load needs, but their minimum runtime would still, we could still respect the minimum runtime, but.
Mark, this is Carl from the ISO. Fair point. I mean, we're kind of looking at, as Lauren noted, from the other side of this, which is how do we have the greatest ability to manage the resource most flexibly, given our needs. So I guess what we'd appreciate from you and other stakeholders is a bit of insight about how we might balance that concern with kind of the flip side of the equation, meaning, what you've mentioned here.
Next question.
So this is Jeff Emsley from PowerX, and we appreciate I have a comment on the same bullet that Mark just commented on. While we appreciate what CAISO's trying to accomplish here, we think that this has the potential to significantly reduce supply and liquidity available to the RA fleet, or to the RA program, should I say. most supply in the Western market still contracts on a 16-hour and 8-hour block basis. And I think the important piece here is that the CAISO is able to identify block schedules as inflexible. Just because an LSC block schedules a certain portion of their portfolio in doesn't necessarily mean they don't have the flexibility to meet their hourly load. And so we would urge CAISO to consider not restricting the supply side, but rather put a requirement onto the LSC to demonstrate that their RA portfolio has sufficient flexibility to meet their hourly load profile.
Thanks for that suggestion. We'll take that back. Any other questions on Must-Offer Way?
We do have...
We'll take the question in the room first and then go to the phones.
Just a quick clarification on this one. Are you talking about a resource cannot put self-schedule for more than 1 hour, or you cannot put same amount? I'm confused what exactly the rule is or the proposal is.
Yeah, so it's more, they could submit self-schedules in hourly blocks, but it couldn't be a block that goes beyond 1 hour.
Sorry, confused.
Okay, so sorry, Chris, you. Nope. I was just going to say that it's not to say that you can't self-schedule multiple block hours. It's just that we want to have the block breakdown at that hourly granularity so that the ISO markets can choose to dispatch or not dispatch the import resources on that level of granularity to try to meet and shape our flexibility needs.
So you could change one bid for multiple hours to multiple bids, and each bid for each hour. That's the intention.
That's the idea, yes.
Thanks.
In the back.
Hi, it's Mike Ben with PowerX. I just had a clarifying question. For the block, the prohibition on block bids, you talk about system RA resources. Is the proposal just for import RA or all system RA resources, including internal resources?
Carl, do you want to?
I was going to say, at this point, Mike, I think we've focused on the imports for a variety of different reasons, but it's something that, understand your point, we can take back and consider how broad something like this would need to apply.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I wasn't sure. I was trying to make a point, just clarifying what you were getting at there.
Thanks. We'll go to the question on the phone.
Sure, we've got a couple. First caller, your line is unmuted.
Yeah, this is Peter Griffiths with PG&E. I guess the question I had was on page 53 in terms of, first of all, you said that the table 5 in the second revised draw proposal, I think the slide is correct that it is in the revised proposal and not in the second revised proposal. Table 5 in the revised proposal doesn't have anything to do with the exemptions. The other question I had in terms of that.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I was just going to say, I think the reference in the slides maybe is incorrect.
No, it is.
And it's referring to the old version, but okay.
It is correct. No, it is correct.
All right. Well, we do have. Yeah, we have another table in the second revised draw proposal in the MOVE section that also has the list of exceptions.
Okay. Well, the other question I had is in the future when you're publishing these in the next versions, could you also include the megawatts of NQC capacity that fall into each one of these exceptions?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take that request back and see if we could do that in the next version.
Thank you.
We'll consider that, yeah. Thank you. Next question on the phone.
Yep. Caller, your line is unmuted.
Hi, this is Mike Raymond from Boston Energy. Question on your slide that had talked about NGR. The last bullet says that the NGR resource must register under non-REM option to provide system RA. Does that mean that an NGR REM resource can't provide RA period, or would you allow them to provide local or flexible RA?
Yeah, so this proposal speaks to system and local RA. For NGRs providing system and local, we do have a similar rule for resources providing flexible. Carl can speak to that more in the flex section if needed.
So I'm assuming, so this rule will also apply for flex RA as well? So if that's the case, then why would NGR want to be a REM, because they're not going to be able to qualify for capacity?
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for your comment.
There are no further questions on the phone.
All right. Noah? One more question.
Noah is speaking. How does the prohibition on self-scheduling multi-block imports play into the current import RAPD that the CPC is considering, where non-resource specific RA imports must flow and be self-scheduled?
So, no, as we noted earlier, we are fully aware of the must flow provisions that are laid out there, but at the end of the day, that's an ISO determination. I mean, they can schedule and bid in such a way as to maximize the probability that they'll flow, but if we need them to be backed down, we'll have the ability to back them down. We have the rules to curtail resources today, and we may have to apply them, but having those in hourly intervals makes it much more efficient in how we do that than trying to deal with a single full 4-hour block schedule.
Carl, just to add on to that, this is Chris as well. I think it just goes kind of to the question that Wei had asked earlier as well. There's nothing that would prohibit a NRSA and non-resource specific import to actually put in multiple hourly schedules. So in no way are we trying to impede that decision by the PUC or anything of that nature. I think we're also talking about, overall all the RA imports as well, that we're hoping to try to get that more granular level of bidding going on.
All right.
We did also have one more question come in over the phone. Would we like to take it?
We'll go with one in the room, and then we'll go to the phones. Callie?
This is Callie Wells with WPTF. Okay, so maybe I'm missing something, but so you're saying that they can't submit blocks, say hour ending 1 through 4 of a self-schedule, but you'll allow them to submit a self-schedule for hours 1, hour 2, hour 3, and hour 4? But I thought I heard earlier the point of this was trying to get more flexibility on the system, and try and help me connect that. How does them just breaking up their self-schedules into 4 bids get the system more flexibility?
At the end of the day, as the ISO noted in its comments to the proposed decision at the PUC, we would prefer to have offer obligations to the ISO such that we make the determinations the dispatch needs. That's, we stand by that, but, again, when we saw the PD, the decision was to have that must flow requirement in it. So at the end of the day, what we're looking for is, to the extent possible, it's easier to work around 4 1-hour blocks than 1 4-hour block. Is it the ideal flexibility? No. Our comments are very clear on that point, but that's the decision we've got. We're working with that as best we can.
So it's the ability to, if you were to curtail the 4-hour block, you'd have to curtail all 4 hours, versus now you're saying you can curtail 1 of the 4.
Let's not keep talking about the curtailment. I think that the key is just that we're trying to focus on the idea that we wanted to have overall more granular bidding from all imports. Okay, so obviously there is an interaction with this PD that everyone here is keenly interested in how that's interacting. I don't think at this point we're trying to impede that decision by the PUC or anything. I think all we're really trying to do is make it that we get all of the import bids to be on that granularity. So I think it goes beyond just that issue of these availability assessment hours and the must-flow proposal that the PUC made. But I will say that, to Carl's point, I think, and to your question, I think it is more accurate that, yes, we would probably have more flexibility to be able to just, curtail for 1 hour rather than a 4-hour, 5-hour block or something like that.
This is Megan again. Kelly, I'm going to jump in also. I think one of the important notes here is the difference between the self-schedule and the economic bid into the real-time market in particular. So if you're self-scheduling, that provides absolutely no flexibility to changes that may materialize in the real-time market. You're stuck at a static schedule. So if you're self-scheduling for a long chunk of time, the real-time market then has to rely on all of the other economic bids to move around to meet those changes. And they can be very dramatic. Changes between the day ahead and the real-time market can exceed 4,000 megawatts. So I think there's the middle ground we need to find here in recognizing that while non-resource specific imports that are providing RA might be tied to a physical generator and have a base load or a PMIN that needs to be reflected, but isn't in our master file because it's non-resource specific. But at the same time, we don't want all of our imports into the real-time market being self-scheduled because that provides absolutely no flexibility. So I think there's some middle ground here that we need to find in meeting the must-offer obligation, recognizing that non-resource specific imports actually are tied to a physical generator, but still creating economic bids and flexibility for use in the real-time market.
Mark, did you have a question? And then we'll go to Noah.
Yeah, thanks, Megan. And I think I understand the distinction you're trying to draw. The distinction I don't understand is the one that was raised. I'm not sure I understand the difference between 4 1s and 1 4. As long as you don't have the right to reject a self-schedule. And are you proposing in some way here that you would reject a self-schedule and that it would not flow?
No.
Okay, good.
We're not proposing that. And I want to try to differentiate this part of the proposal between this RAPD at the PUC, what everyone's focusing on during this part of the discussion, and what the intent of the proposal was, because it's not trying to block that proposal or anything like that. I want to make that really clear. So obviously, no, we wouldn't be able to reject those self-schedules, and we're not proposing to do that. But I would like to try to focus it on more of the idea that throughout all the hours of the day, and not only for these NRSRA imports that might have this firm flow obligation under the PD, that we would want to have that be a more granular bid throughout the day. Does that kind of help, Mark? I hope that tries to get to the point. I'm just trying to refocus the discussion a bit away from just the idea about this I think, overly focus on the RAPD, to be frank.
The long and short mark is, I'm not focused on the RAPD at all. I just want to understand the proposal that's being made. And unless you're talking about curtailing the self-schedule, I don't see the difference between having 4 conjoined self-schedules and 1 4-hour self-schedule. So
I think you're right. I don't see the difference either. I'm just trying to say that if we put this in place, we don't think that it would impede the ability for folks to actually still continue to meet any other firm flow requirement that the PUC might put in place. That's the point I'm trying to get across.
So this is Noah Mateo. So I think just to follow up on Mark's conversation and reading the revised PD that just came out today for the imports, the PUC does note that non-resource specific resources should be self-scheduled into the ISO, and rather than I forget what the word was before that in the previous PD, and I'm trying to figure out whether or not this 1 hour limitation is an actual limitation that prevents it, and it doesn't sound like it sounds like you're just saying if that has to be self-scheduled, then please self-schedule it for 24 segments of 1 hour each.
Yeah, and I haven't had a chance to review this updated PD that just came out, I guess, so I'll take a look at that. We will review that and see how this interacts, but again, we weren't trying to somehow cause some different treatment here or anything like that, but it's a fair question, and so it is getting more to that comment that you made, that we would just want select hourly blocks being scheduled or self-scheduled, bidded or self-scheduled, and I think that's the intent here. So understand all the questions and you know, concerns about how this interacts, and we will take that back and think more about that. I think we'll get a bit more clarity before the next iteration of the proposal, and then we see what else is actually finally decided through the PUC process as well. So, but thanks to everyone for their questions.
All right, sounds like we had a question on the phone.
We did. Caller, your line is unmuted.
Yeah, it's Eric from Medicine. So on this one, and you don't need to answer the question now, but in looking at the data that you're going to look at and trying to clarify this, the question that I would have is operationally, how is it different? If somebody submitted a 4-hour block bid today, and there was 1 hour in which the ISO couldn't honor that, do they reject the entire block, or do they just curtail in that 1 hour? Is that any different than from submitting 4 individual self-schedules and how that would occur? Because if there's no difference between the two, I'm not sure why we would have a differential rule for it. If there is a difference between the two, then help us understand what the difference is between that and how operationally it would be taken. The second question that I had for you goes back to something that I heard Chris say earlier. And I thought what I heard was that a resource that is an ISO resource, that is an RA resource that has been released from its must-offer obligation because it did not clear day ahead, now no longer has an obligation in real time, and that resource was going to make it easier for sufficiency tests in EIM to be passed. Did I understand that correctly?
Okay, Eric, this is Chris again. So the first part of your question, I think I've thoroughly answered that already. If it wasn't clear, let's take it offline. On the second question, I don't think I follow your question. Could you repeat that again?
So what I thought I heard you say earlier, there was a discussion that was going on about the must-offer obligation, and that a resource that was an ISO resource that did not get dispatched day ahead and was released from its obligation for the real time would now be included in the sufficiency tests for EIM, which would make it easier to pass the sufficiency test, if I understand correctly. Is that what you were saying, or did I misunderstand?
So if it was already an RA import.
No, I'm thinking of an ISO.
An internal ISO RA resource?
I suppose either one. Whatever resource it is, if it's not dispatched in the day ahead and now no longer has a real-time obligation, is that going to be considered in the EIM for sufficiency tests?
That's a good question. I don't know how to answer that at this point. I think we need to think about it.
This is Megan again. Can you clarify which resource sufficiency test you're talking about? Because are you talking about the real-time resource sufficiency test or the day-ahead resource sufficiency evaluation that will be implemented with EDAM?
So I'm assuming that EDAM may not happen because we don't have confirmation that it will. So I'm really looking at the real-time sufficiency test for EIM.
Yeah, so at that point, if an RA resource had a day-ahead MOO but wasn't awarded, the real-time MOO then no longer exists, that resource would not be calculated or counted towards the real-time resource sufficiency evaluation. Only resources that are bidding into the real-time market to meet the real-time market needs would be counted in the real-time resource sufficiency evaluation.
Okay, so if it's bidding into EIM for somebody else, then it's counting for that sufficiency despite the fact that perhaps a California entity paid for that resource to be an RA resource in the day ahead. And simply because it was released, it's now relieving somebody else's obligation, which seems to get back to the leaning problem the sufficiency test was designed to capture in the first place.
No, I disagree with that. So that's part of the import tagging rules that we're proposing here, that we have to have a source BA so we can identify if it's being used so RA needs or not. It can't do both. It can't be used to meet the CAISO RA needs and also simultaneously be used to meet the flexibility needs of an EIM entity. So that's the reason of having the source BA on the E-tag. And if it's traded in the spot market, then that's different. So I'm not following. Maybe we should take this offline because I want to make sure we're talking on the same page, but it sounds like either I'm missing something or I'm not explaining something clearly. So maybe we can set up some time to talk offline.
That would be fine. Thank you.
All right, thank you everyone. So that was all the material that I had prepared for the must offer obligations and bid insertion. We're going to go ahead and move on to planned outage process enhancements. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to Carl.
I'm back. What we're really hoping to do here is to get into some of the questions we heard last time about the planned outage process and the concerns and lack of certainty that was provided from some of the market participants. So really what we're going to do here today is find out how well we did on that, or really turn to our market participants to tell us what we can do further. I do want to preface all of this by the fact that Grant McDaniel from Well had raised a point earlier about reflections of forced outages relative to the day-ahead must-offer obligation. That was a point we're going to have to take back for further consideration, and obviously is not a part of what we were proposing, but it was something that's got me scratching my head and thinking about a little bit more deeply. Yeah? No? Go ahead, Grant. I'm just...
You made a comment about not getting away from good utility practice, and I agree with that. But in that instance, is it possible for the CAISO to consider expansion of the short-term opportunity outages to say we could ask the CAISO at that point in time if we could take a planned outage? Again, this is just trying to get at better coordination and a little bit more opportunity to take it in a planned fashion. So that would be a better place to have.
I thought it was a great point, Grant, and one we're going to have to figure out, because I think inevitably if you're absent a must-offer obligation and have an opportunity, even if it's just for that day, to try and provide an opportunity for maintenance and upkeep, how can we facilitate that? So with all that in mind, that we didn't have in mind previously, we tried to move forward with an outage process that basically provide a longer outlook and a couple different definitions of outages to try and, again, provide more certainty sooner and minimize the potential for outages. So the current process, the outages right now are coming in to our POSO studies between 25 and 8 days prior. And again, one of the concerns we heard, wow, that's starting to push it. If you deny it, we've already tried to make and put plans in motion. We've now got to try and back out of some of these, or take that forced outage and risk the tariff violation that the ISO is viewing, trying to shift the plan to forced as. So it was putting market participants in an uncomfortable situation. So again, based on stakeholder feedback, what we've tried to do is come up with a new framework that encourages resource owners to enter outages early. We're again trying to minimize the cancellation of them. We looked at best practices amongst other ISOs, and the simple fact of the matter is they all maintain a provision that, hey, push comes to shove, at the end of it all, I need to maintain and reserve that right to cancel that outage. They've all got it. We're keeping it, just so you know. But again, we also want to try and provide opportunities to the extent necessary, and again, our goal is to minimize this, to provide replacement opportunities that allow resources to self-select what capacity they're going to utilize, and we're moving away from some of the strict like-for-like provisions that we had in the previous iteration, because again, trying to find somebody just like you is oftentimes just really hard. So we step back from that, but that does not mean that we're allowing you to just willy-nilly get some generator off the street to provide for capacity shortfalls, and we'll get into that a bit more here in a minute. Yes, Mary?
Do other ISOs that have UCAP go out and replace capacity? I thought the purpose of UCAP was that the outage is already reflected in the deduct in the NQC.
For forced outages, that's correct, Mary. For planned outages, remember the other ISOs have a yearly requirement. They don't have the shaped monthly requirement. So working with the ISO to take a planned outage, I'm trying to remember which ISO it was, might have been New York or New England. You're prohibited from taking planned outages during certain months.
Yeah.
But during the shoulder periods where loads are lower, you can work with the ISO to take those planned outages there.
Yeah, I was missing planned outage.
Yep. Okay. So this is just a graphic illustration that we have of our current planned outage process and how what folks are working with now. Important date here, obviously, for everybody is the T-minus 45 or start of month minus 45 when the RA showings come in. We looked at our outage management BPM and realized that there's opportunities for alignment here with some of the other processes we have in place. And so what we wanted to do is try to look at what we have as an RC to have our outage management process align with RA planned outages and the like, so that we can take the RA showings and do our best to account for some of these planned outages. So the first thing we're going to talk about, and it's really a big element of our proposal, is looking at internal resources and allowing for subset of month RA showings. And what we allow right now for imports is you can be on there for a day, a week, or a couple days or whatnot. But really, for internal resources, a month is a month is a month. We looked at a couple options about how we wanted to handle this. We thought if you're going to take a planned outage next month or on some random month that you may not know exactly at the year ahead time frame, you'd be prohibited from being able to be on an RA showing. We thought, well, that might be viewed as a little draconian. We wanted to try and be a little bit more flexible, but at the same time, recognize that you can't just come in and take them whenever. We need to make sure we have adequate capacity. So trying to allow some flexibility in the showings to allow for that and to provide generators with opportunities to still sell RA for a month and try and figure out how to alleviate RA deficiencies over the course of the month. We also are still planning on putting out the planned outage calendar. We understood that there were some questions and challenges about the amount of information and sensitivity of the information. We're still working through that. We may simply go to a red, yellow, green kind of platform where, we've got a bunch of capacity, but we won't tell you exactly how much, or we're really close and we won't tell you exactly how close, to see if that's helpful, but we really haven't advanced that much. And we are still looking at the possibility of developing the bulletin board and what necessary information those have. But the key of what we're going to focus on today is going to be the opportunity for subsets of months and different outage types, along with hopefully very limited need for replacement capacity. So this is our outage management BPM timeline that we have there, and you'll notice that our mid-range planned outages, those are coming in 75 to 45 days prior to the month. And we saw that as an opportunity, again, as I mentioned earlier, to try and have some alignment with other processes we already have in place. So what we're looking at here is trying to set up at least the first check of these planned outages to work with the mid-range planned outage space in our outage management BPM, and then kind of work from there in as far as the level of certainty and the tests and scrutiny that we apply to each of those subsequent showings or requested outages, I'm sorry. So I'm not really good at naming things, so work with me on this, and if the names are not what people like, we can change them. That's fine. It's the concepts we're more worried about. So we simply went with a very blunt term of planned outages, and these are outages and these are new definitions of existing terms in some instances, so we're working with the new ideas. The planned outages would be outages that would be submitted at least 45 days prior to the RA month. The idea being that then, if they're coming in and we're allowing subset of month showings, there's greater flexibility. We can start to see and approve planned outages because the RA showings will have to fill in some of those planned outages, whether it be from the generating resource or the LSE. We're still trying to piece that together, but we have an opportunity to see those when the RA showings come in. Recognize also that opportunities happen after 45 days prior to the month. We went with opportunity outages, which is simply to say after 44 days prior to the month, or 44 days prior to the month, all the way up to 8 days prior to the outage, If an opportunity arises, it can be submitted to the ISO. We'll take a look at it. It's going to have a different standard. We'll talk about all those in a minute, but we'll take a look at those still. And then similar to what we do today, the last opportunity to submit a planned outage would be at 8 days prior to the outage. Outages taken 7 days or fewer would be constituted as forced outages, and we'll get into how that would impact UCAP in a moment. So again, working through some ideas here, trying to see how well we can accommodate and move things out. With the planned outages, the goal of putting them out 45 days prior to the month was to say, if you let me know that you're not going to be available on a day, you can come in as not RA for that day too. And that would allow us to not really worry about whether or not we have an RA deficiency. We simply have to look at the reliability check to make sure that are we going to be okay absent that resource. So we're not looking at RA deficiencies at 45 days prior to the month. We'll look instead at the RA showing to say, you know, Mark, your 500 megawatt resources planned an outage on the 5th through 10th day. Is that on RA showing? Oh, it's not. Good. That's great, because we allow for that under this new paradigm. You may have to provide us additional capacity, or again, whether that comes through the LSE is something we'll look to stakeholders to try and help figure out how to fill that element. But we would not look at that as RA on that day. So again, we'd simply have to look at the reliability checks that are run through our outage management BPM process. One of the other elements of planned outages that we see frequently is that the outages are requested to be extended. So if this happens quite regularly, and so we want to try and have rules in place to try and help manage that. Now again, we do allow for, and often do today, for outages to be extended. If the resource owner wishes to have the outage considered under the planned outage provisions, it has to come in still within that 45 days prior to the month timeline. If it comes in after that, it will be moved to either the opportunity outage or the forced outage, depending on when the specific extension request is made. As with all planned outages, our plan still is to, if they are approved, they will not impact the forced outage rate for resources. This is, again, common practice. We'd like to maintain that. We're trying to account for that. As I noted, the idea of having them in as a subset of month is that for the days in which the resource is on a planned outage, our expectation and the rule that we're proposing would be that it cannot be on an RA showing or supply plan for the days in which it has an approved planned outage. The idea simply being there that you told us you weren't going to be available, we shouldn't be relying on you for RA. So if we identify an instance in where a resource with an approved planned outage is on an RA showing or supply plan, we would do as we do today, which is to say, hey, we've identified a discrepancy. We'd notify both parties that have put it on their supply plan or have not of the discrepancy. We'd allow an opportunity to cure. If it's not resolved, that's where we have questions for you, which is option one, cancel the planned outage. As we noted earlier, our objectives are to limit the opportunities and frequency with which we cancel outages. So it's not our preferred approach, but it may be one of the cleaner approaches. Then the other opportunity is to account for that as an outage in the RA assessments to see if we have a sufficient RA or if it identifies as a deficiency. This is easier for us, but we also understand that it creates some challenges for both load serving entities as well as potentially resource SCs. So we're not making a determination on how best to deal with discrepancies. We're looking to stakeholders to help us fill in how a discrepancy might be dealt with under the rules we've laid out. So I'm going to pause for a moment for us to see if there are any questions on what we're talking about in this 45 days prior to the month planned outage timeline. No? And then what? No.
So, Carl, if a resource is requesting for a one-day outage within a month, 45 days prior to the month, the ISO and then shows up on the RA plan, the ISO will say you cannot be shown on the RA plan?
We'll say there's a discrepancy at that point in time, and then that's the question precisely that we're posing, Noah, is what do we do then? You said you're going to be out.
For 1 day?
For 1 day.
Okay.
So, I mean, in theory, we could say, well, you said you were going to be on out, but now you're showing us you're on an RA plan. You know, we're going to go with the RA plan. You know, we're going to cancel the outage. Again, that's one possible solution or scenario. Again, we're looking to see and work with stakeholders on this one to see how we can best accommodate the need to have these outages known further in advance. So we're not making a suggestion. We're just help us deal with the discrepancy.
Hi, Jabari Martin, SE. Quick clarifying question.
Sure.
If the outage is happening outside the availability assessment hours, can it still be shown, or should it be taken out on that particular day if you knew the day and hours?
Very important clarification. Based on earlier in the proposal, there will be no availability assessment hours. So RAIM, as we know, it goes away. There are questions about what hours we're using for UCAP, which I get, but the hours as we know them now are going away. Wade, did you have a subsequent question?
Well, if I may say, sorry, I'm new to this process, so just asking very basic questions.
That's okay. We all struggle with these processes.
So if the plan outage is submitted 45 days prior to the month, is there any obligation that a CAISO has to respond, like a timeline for those plan outages?
So good point, Wei, and I think that, again, I'll have to verify this, but our timeline is, I need to verify, because your point's made and taken, is that 45 days the submission or the approval timeline. I'll have to verify that. Either way, I mean, our process for reviewing RA showings, we take a few days to see how those come in. So I'd have to verify how that overlap works, but fair point. Thank you.
And then also, can you expand a little bit on the reliability check, the process, when you say if you approve or decline the outage?
The reliability, our OES folks, I don't see them in the room. They're the folks that run our reliability check. They'd be the ones who would better be able to answer that. I apologize, Wei. Good.
One more question, I think probably on the next slide.
Okay.
I think there was, again, I'm new on this process, who maybe someone else can help me, but on the slide 63, I think when the plan outage has to be extended and then submitted to become either opportunity outage or a forced outage, I think today there's the issue about the misinformation that the CAISO may, refer to FERC or for some issues related. Will this be resolved under this new proposal?
I think our goal at the end of the day is we don't want that ambiguity hanging out there. And to the extent that we can eliminate that, we'd like to. We'd have to close the loop with our legal department on whether or not we'd interpret some of these transitions as providing false information, because at the end of the day, I think the big concern you have, Wei, is forced. There's definite penalties for that under a UCAP rule today, or based on our proposal, but we'd have to close that loop with our legal team. We think that UCAP helps close that.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Any subsequent questions in the room? Is there anybody? Well, yeah, I know he's always got a question. I want to check the phone.
Noah Tan is teaching. So I'm not convinced that there's actual problem on the plan outage side, that we need to change all this around, create new terms for days within 45 days and 44 days to 8 days. The ISO has, previously changed forced outage timing from 3 days to 7 days, and I think it's working at this time as intended. Okay. For plan outages, for replacement or substitution. I don't see a need for this sort of more draconian style of outage planning.
Okay, we were hoping it was far less draconian, but I guess I'll survey the room to see if if there's agreement or disagreement with Noah's sentiments. I mean, if everybody thinks it's working just fine, we're willing to work within the framework. It's one less thing to change, but we received pretty significant feedback from some market participants that this was a point of contention.
Yeah, it's Mark with Calpine. I'll be the one to do so, Carl. We've been terribly frustrated by our ability or inability to get planned outages approved, to get equipment and vendors to, on site, and then have outages either disapproved very close to real time or moved for reasons beyond our control, causing costs and disadvantage. So anything we can do to increase the likelihood that an outage that's submitted well in advance is approved and not moved, I think we're very much in support of.
Surveying the room, any other thoughts or comments on this front?
Mark, I'm not sure that'll fix your problem. I mean, we experienced the same problem. This is Noah from San Diego. We experienced the same problem of outages being canceled, even, on the day of, and that's a huge burden on our crews, plant people. I'm not certain that this will make it better. Looking at, if you have an extension of a planned outage, when you get into that outage, you might get in an extension. This seems like you can't do that. So I don't know how to fix that issue. This is seems a lot more strict on what you cannot do. I think the ISO tariff has capabilities of trying to help manage all of that uncertainty of providing that information to CAISO. I think it's just there are certain things that come up within CERA. We get outage replacement that all of a sudden for an outage that was submitted months ago that didn't show up previously, and now all of a sudden it shows up today, and it's like, what happened? We're not getting an answer for that either.
Yeah, no, it's Mark again with Calpine. I think our position was in part a reaction to the previous proposal, where the POSO deadlines slid even closer and closer to real time, so that you ended up with a situation where you really never knew, even though you may have submitted an outage 45 days or 6 months beforehand, you never really knew until literally hours before the outage was to start whether it was going to be approved or not. I guess, Noah, I would agree with you if the ISO is not giving any priority or increased weight to the outages that are submitted early and approved early. If they establish some kind of priority for those outages, then it may help.
Yeah. So again, the outages are, as we attempt to do today. Again, I'm hearing that maybe we're not doing it as well as folks would like. We do try and establish a priority of first in, first approved type of process, but then the question about which ones we cancel may rely more closely on the reliability assessment. So given what I've heard, I want to make sure I understand one thing first, which is, Noah, your position is pretty clear. Mark, you saw benefits of additional notice, but is the position of what you're seeing thus far that the ISO's proposal is further than it needs to go or creates more complexity than you think is useful, and there are other avenues to which we can resolve the needs that you've raised?
I guess I'll reserve my comments on that until I've had a chance to review it with our outage folks and others.
Okay. Appreciate that, and we'll look forward to seeing thoughts and comments, and we'll kind of go through the proposal in its entirety then to try and see what folks think. Grant, I saw you raise your hand as well. Do you want to chime in?
No, I think on this part, it seems pretty straightforward, and at first glance we would support this, but again, we need to do some more review as well. But I do think that we What's missing from here is the redefinition of your short-term opportunity outages, which were not left in there because today they are based on the RAIN availability hours, and that definition will need to change.
Yes.
So if we can include that in the next one, I'd be good.
Yeah, no, I greatly appreciate that, Grant. Thank you. No.
Bijou, do we have any questions on the phone?
We do have a caller on the phone. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this is Peter Griffiths with PG&E, and I just wanted to echo some of the sentiments expressed by Mark and by Noah. We've had some issues with this as well, and we're going to need to take a look at it. The one clarifying question that I am sort of lost in this, and it may be there, and I may just not be getting it, is at what time or at what point in the timeline does the obligation move from the LSE to the supply scheduling coordinator in terms of substituting these things?
So for the piece we've covered thus far, Peter, I think that's a very fair and open question. If somebody's going to correct me if I misstate, but I think now up to 25 days prior to the month, I think it still resides with the LSE, and then it switches after that to the resource SC. But again, we're still working on parsing out some of those specific elements of this. So right now, I think. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, just having clarity on this would be helpful in my mind, and also I need to get my head around better exactly what the proposal is here in terms of how it's changing.
Okay, that's fine. Understood. So, any other calls on the phone?
Nothing else on the phone at this time.
No more on the phone? Okay, thank you. Your shirts, Lauren? Okay. Well, I figured that much. Okay. So let's move on then to the planned outage opportunity, opportunity outages. Again, these are outages that come about for 44 days prior to the month and 8 days prior to the outage. Again, an important distinction there. It's not 8 days prior to the month. It's 8 days prior to the outage, so it's potentially quite a long window. Our proposal on this is, again, we've heard concerns from other stakeholders about, inconsistencies on when we approve planned outages with and without replacement. And so trying to create more readily accessible and more readily understood guidelines on this. The first check we do with these, with the opportunity outages is to really look at the available RA showings. Meaning what has been shown and is not on a planned outage, we're not going to be looking at and trying to predict forced outages at this point in time. They should be handled with UCAP. But making sure we have adequate available RA. If we do in fact have sufficient RA, we would we would move to the next step of the process, which would be to run the ISO's reliability check to, again, make sure that the system can operate with that resource on that planned outage. If it passes both of those, then the outage could be approved. If we don't pass the RA deficiency check first, we will not run the reliability check. Again, this is in part to manage some of the requests and workload on our end, which is to say it is a very onerous task to say, well, that one didn't work, how about this one? That one didn't work, how about this one? So trying to manage that, and it becomes particularly challenging when we get to the idea of a planned outage coming in with replacement capacity. Now, again, I've mentioned we've walked back on the idea of requiring like for like, but that doesn't mean when we do our reliability check that we don't need to still pass it if you give us, a hamster wheel instead of a, very nice brand new combined cycle or storage resource or whatever. We need to know there's enough hamsters there. So we'll be running our reliability check. If the reliability check passes, then that's all well and good. The planned outage is approved. The new offer obligation is transferred to the replacement capacity, we move on, everybody's happy. If it does not pass, then the outage would be rejected, the offer obligation would revert back to the original resource as well as the risks of forced outage and contributions to UCAP. Just as we did with the planned outages, extensions have to be made greater than 8 days prior to the last day of the outage window. So if you're making that outage request for days 15 through 20, by day 12, you'd have to submit an outage if you think you're going to go up to day 21. So that's just all we're getting at with that. Outages, all outages requested 7 days or less prior to the outage will be treated as forced. Again, this kind of has that monkey wrench that Grant threw into it earlier, and I'm trying to stand up here and still present it. But again, the idea of that is we do want to drive an incentive to provide as much notice to let us know when the outage is coming as we can. We think that, creating more checks as we get closer is A, prudent, and B, drives an incentive to get the outage in as soon as possible, with the idea that the last resort is to default to a forced outage and UCAP for those instances. So with that, I'll pause to see if there are any further and or follow-up questions.
Hi, this is Bora Akil from 8 Minute Solar. I had a quick question. How would you consider partial outages? Like if you have a 500 megawatt solar plant and let's say there were 10 inverters we wanted to replace out of 60. How would you consider that?
We have means in our reporting tools today to report partial outages, so we can handle that in our tools today, and I don't think we're proposing changing for partial versus full outages.
Yeah, Carl, Brian Baker with Middle River. I'm just trying to think through the kind of the disappearance of this short-term opportunity outage. I share some of Grant's concerns.
Yeah.
And the purpose of that was to take the outage when it wouldn't affect our rate requirements during off-peak period of time. It was a win-win for the ISO.
Yeah.
The outage happened when it would least affect reliability, and the generator got to take the outage and, not have to declare the unit forced. So this is kind of a bitter pill, and I think we're going to have to think about.
Hey, the goal, Brian, is to not turn this into a lose-lose. You and Grant raised fair points. We will concede that. So help us solve the problem. We're going to have to really sit down and think about what Grant's put out there and how we think about those types of outages. And you didn't need me, so I'm going to do whatever I need to. And you're raising a similar concern. So we're open to suggestions on that and welcome solutions you might offer.
Okay, I appreciate that, Carl. This was the ISO's agreeing to this years ago. I thought was a major. It was a great thing for all the parties concerned. So we would like to see if we can find a place where we can recreate that.
Help us help you, man. Okay.
Any questions on the phone, Lauren?
No questions on the phone at this time.
Okay, so I'm going to wrap up by saying yes, we're still looking at the calendar, but we really didn't advance that. And the other piece of it was in the original proposal was the like for like. I've already mentioned numerous times that we're going to step back from that and try and find other means of getting adequate and reliable capacity for substitutions. So with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Chris Devon to talk about some of the RA stuff we've been working on, or the import stuff we've been working on.
Yeah, Carl, I'm sorry to catch you on this. I just wanted to raise a point for the ISO's consideration. This is Brian Baker with Middle River Power. As we think about this change to the paradigm, I mean, we are looking at a bilateral contracting world, right? And now we're facing the prospect of having UCAP values change on a regular basis. We're just trying to think through how that's going to work, because I mean, in some of the eastern footprints where UCAP is the coin of the realm, those are central cleared markets, and there's not this bilateral risk. You sell what UCAP you have. You're not obligated to maintain a certain amount of it. But in an RA paradigm, a bilateral RA paradigm, I'm sure the sellers will want the buyers will want the sellers to commit to providing a certain quantity of UCAP, and then the sellers will have to figure out, well, gee, that's great, except we don't have an RA paradigm right now. System RA is year to year. That's not a paradigm that's really conducive to doing the kind of maintenance that you need to do to keep the unit most reliable. So has the ISO thought at all about what implications you foresee this UCAP paradigm having on the bilateral contracting paradigm?
As you know, we've been following closely and with great interest some of the discussions that have been happening at the PUC on multi-year procurement and some of the needs and requirements that we've seen there. So we think obviously that there is a need to look further forward than a single year and to expand that beyond simply the local requirements.
And I appreciate that, Carl. We appreciate the ISO support for that, but that is ostensibly not on the table anywhere. You know, I don't think it's on the table in Track 3, at least not explicitly. So I think we share that as a common goal, but I think that that's the kind of changes that's going to be needed to really take some of the risk out of the UCAP paradigm.
Fair enough. Thank you, Brian. Okay, Chris, all you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Chris with CAISO. I'm going to go over the RA imports provisions aspects of the proposal. Just as a little bit of an overview, we're not really changing a lot on the concepts in this aspect of the proposal, but we are presenting some of the additional analysis that stakeholders have requested we looked into to try to help support some of the prior proposed aspects or modifications that we included. So again, just to go over some of the background concepts that we've already discussed previously, a couple of the main concepts that we're really concerned about that we've been discussing, you know, as an ongoing part of this aspect of the initiative is for these RA imports is that we believe that they could cause some reliability concerns if there's such things as double counting or speculative supply that could be happening. You know, we've explained these before, but just to go over it again at a high level, obviously double counting is what could occur if the resource that has been shown for RA is also being counted on to be meeting that native BA's load or otherwise being sold or expected to serve some other load outside the CAISO. And we don't really know if that's the case for some of these non-resource specific imports or unspecified imports. And the second is speculative supply. So this one is obviously when an RA import is shown on RA, but there isn't actually any physical resource backing that at the time of the showing, or there isn't a firm contractual delivery obligation actually secured at the time of the showing. So I think the point we're trying to make is that the provisions should really try to foreclose on that being a potential outcome, or at least at a minimum discourage that. So a couple of the objectives that we're trying to get at through these aspects of the proposal. First, we want the RA import rules to create more comparable treatment to internal RA resources for these non-resource specific imports. We also want to ensure that non-resource specific imports are backed by physical capacity and reserves with firm transmission delivery. And lastly, we want to make sure that any of these aspects of the proposal on the import rules are coordinated with the extended EIM proposal and the day-ahead market enhancements initiatives that we're going to be also working on in the meantime as well. So to get into the meat of the discussion, essentially, you know, what I want to talk about mostly with folks today is this ongoing analysis. So we've been updating, try to provide some greater accuracy on some of the aspects and clarify some things, and then also provide some additional analysis on the day-ahead market behavior that we didn't include previously, that we have worked on to try to provide, you know, some responsiveness to stakeholder requests for that kind of information. So I think hopefully some of this data and analysis that we've done should help shed some light and help support some of these proposals a little bit more. So again, we looked at the delivery patterns and the behavior of these import RA resources. We incorporated day-ahead market participation. We provided some breakdown by scheduling coordinator data, and then we also looked at the non-delivery and the half behaviors as well. And that was, you know, stuff that we've already presented, but we did a bit of updating on that. Okay, so here the aspect that we want to clarify from the prior proposal on this non-delivery analysis was that we had included some TIGEN resources in that, which was probably not the right approach and was pointed out. So we took those out and only looked at the ITI resources. Previously, we were showing that the non-delivery on these RA imports was about 10%, but in this proposal, we're explaining that, actually if you take out those TIGEN resources, the pseudo-TIDE resources, it actually is, removes a number of megawatts from the denominator in that part of the equation, and actually looks like we would have more around the number of being 17% of the max non-delivery in any given month on average. And so that's explained by the chart here. Essentially moved that gray line up to the red line. And that isn't to say that there's more non-delivery going on. It's just simply by taking out those pseudo-TIDE resources from the analysis, it necessarily makes that average line move up there a little bit. So we wanted to clarify that piece of the proposal. And by non-delivery, this slide here on 73, just to try to explain it again, we talked about this previously, but I just want to go over it again for everyone. For these ITI resources, there isn't a PMAX on those resources because they're an inter-TIDE resource, so they can bid above what they've been shown for RA. So the way we looked at this analysis was to say, okay, what is the RA showing, the blue bar, and then how much did you actually get awarded in the hour-ahead scheduling process, and then we take a look at that and see, okay, how much was there non-delivery on that award, and take a look at the difference between the total non-delivery and how much we're, terming here RA non-delivery, which is that yellow bar. And so that's really what we're talking about when we get into this chart here for the orange bar here on the right-hand side of those columns. And then again, that red line is really what our updated analysis shows. So, what does that really mean? We don't really think that there's a huge concern related to that. It is essentially still within the realm of, consistent with internal resource outages that we looked at as well, that Carl talked about a little bit earlier. So, we just wanted to clarify that aspect of the proposal and the analysis that we had done. And then beyond that, I'll pause and see if anybody has any questions on this aspect of it, and then I'll move into the day-ahead awards and discussion on that. Any questions here on this one?
Any questions on the phone, Lauren?
No phone questions at this time.
No, go ahead.
Chris Nelton, SDG&E. Did you look into any correlation between pricing and the non-delivery, as well as any other types of situations like transmission outages for the non-delivery?
No, it's a good question. So this does not reflect anything related to, the pricing that was occurring during those periods. And then on the transmission-induced kind of non-delivery, I think that part is not contemplated in this, but Megan, do you remember, because this analysis was actually initially looked at through the inter-TIDE deviations element that Megan led, so maybe she can help clarify that question.
Yeah, this is Megan Pogue again from Market Design Policy, and our data set here started from the Inter-TIDE Deviation Settlement Initiative, which we did last year, and then we took the RA fleet out of that data set. And in that data set, we went in and removed any major outages that impacted the CAISO so that they weren't negatively inflating this data set. We did start doing some price causation analysis and didn't see any definite trends. But I should note on that topic that Guillermo's team, our market quality team, just completed a price performance analysis report and specifically looked at inter-TIDEs in relation to real-time market pricing. So any details around that would be in that price performance analysis report, but that did not hit the scope of this particular effort.
And did he provide it in MPPF, or is it some?
He will be bringing it up in the MPPF and also actually this Friday at the Market Surveillance Committee meeting. He's presenting the findings from his report, and I believe his presentation is at 1 or 1:30. It's sometime in the afternoon.
Okay. Thank you.
And I haven't reviewed that yet, but I don't necessarily know if they broke out the RA versus non-RA. I don't think they did. Yeah. So unfortunately, that might be something that we could maybe look into to do some more refinements on this stuff as we move forward. So it's a fair question. Okay, so let's keep going through. I want to talk more about the new stuff that we did, which I think is pretty helpful. So some of the questions folks had is, hey, this non-delivery is interesting, but maybe doesn't show the whole picture. You need to move from just the real time to the day ahead and see what, the behavior really looks like in the day ahead as far as the bidding and awards and self-schedules for these resources. So this chart here just provides an average of the RA showing amounts for each month, how much day-ahead bids we were receiving, and then how much was actually awarded and self-scheduled. And then lastly, the non-delivery, which just pulls in that non-delivery that we had utilized from analysis as well, just to kind of compare and show you the difference in the magnitude there. Now, the next chart we have is the same type of a look, but just for the real-time, the HASP bids, awards, and self-schedules, and non-delivery. And so on both of these charts, I'll go back to the day-ahead one. I just want to point out that, the orange bar, the bids, generally is above the RA showing amount, which is good. And again, that could be obviously also a function that some of the interties are bidding above what their actual RA showing amount is. So, it might look a little bit different if you get more granular, because this is, average over the whole year and on a monthly basis. So, we do recognize there are some limitations, but this is just one way of presenting the analysis. The same kind of thing here in the real time. It looks like we're getting a good amount of bids that are exceeding the actual RA showings on average. So what does that really mean? What's the takeaway? We think that the analysis shows that behavior is generally consistent with RA requirements and the expected participation by this NRS RA resources, and that the non-delivery is still relatively low, consistent with the forced outage rates of internal resources. So really what we want to do is also then now, transition into this next aspect, which is the scheduling coordinator level granularity that we looked at to help maybe differentiate that behavior a little bit. Sure, go ahead.
Chris, I seem to recall in one of the last discussions, we wanted to make sure that the RA commitments associated with particular intertie IDs were the same as the bids that you saw here. In other words, that you're not aggregating intertie bids under a different ID. Did you do that check to make sure that the RA ID is the same as the bid ID?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and Danielle and our group worked thoroughly on this stuff and scrubbed all of that and made sure that those IDs matched up with, and we got the information directly from CIRA on what was shown and what IDs were shown for each of those non-resource specific imports, and then match those up with their bidding IDs as well.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Good question, though. And I do want to give a big shout out to Danielle, because she did a lot of work on this to help out. I don't want to take the credit for all this analysis. It was really all on her. Okay, so let's get into this FC level data. I think this is helpful. Okay, so first off, I'll say we concealed all the FC IDs, and this is all on average, and it's over a year-old data, so there shouldn't be any confidentiality issues or anything like that. But I know when we get into, providing some SC level data, that could be sensitive, so I did, run this by legal and made sure that it was all right to publish this kind of information. So what is this chart showing? This is essentially looking at the awards and self-schedules as a percentage of the RA showings by each of the importer SC that have had RA showings with non-resource specific imports on them during this July 2017 to June 2018 period. And what is this really showing? As you can see by the hourly average of the amount of this ratio of the bids and awards to their showings in the HASP and day-ahead markets, most of them are above 100%. And then there are a few outliers that are relatively low. And I would also note some of these bars, like for instance, number 9, number 14, there's no dots on that because those ones are actually above 200% and they're way above the top of the chart. So if you don't see a dot associated with one of the SCID numbers we have here, that's because it's above 200%. And I will also note that we did include tables with all the relevant information here in the appendix of the actual proposal itself, so you can get a look at the actual percentages for all the different SCIDs that are provided. And then the last one here, number 24, is actually 0%, so they don't even have any HASP number as well associated with that. So what does that really mean? What are we trying to take away from this, putting this out there and showing you guys? What we think is that this analysis indicates that most SC's participation is consistent with the expectation for these importers, and that, you know, there's a high ratio of the awards and self-schedules as opposed compared to the RA amount of showing. So, you know, overall there's about 20 out of those 24 unspecified importers that actually are well above that 100% of that RA showing amount on average. And then additionally, those other few that we think maybe are perhaps some of the bad actors in this, we think there are a limited number of SCs that are providing imports that could represent speculative supply. Again, we don't know that for sure. We're not saying that that is the case, but we're just saying that there are, it looks like there might be, just shown by that average data and some of those lower numbers. And I think, you know, we point out that 4 of them have far below their RA showings, and then 3 of them are actually below 10% on average. So we're not really saying that that's unexpected or anything, but we're just saying that we think that some of the modifications we're proposing could actually help address some of the situations that we're observing here. Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, Chris, thanks. This is Stephen Kelly with IEP. On page 78, slide 78, where you graphically display this, as I understand this, this is individual SCs submitting bids, but the bids may vary by volume, correct?
That's right.
Does this
these are the awards and self-schedules, though. This is not. This isn't expressing anything related to how much they actually bid. That is included in the tables in the appendix, so you can go and look at that. But we're not presenting any chart on how much they actually bid is according to their award. Sorry, they're showing. Excuse me.
Fair enough. So it's probably confidential. So, but is there any indication that people that are not performing up to your standards are associated with relatively high volumes of bids? I mean, so that does impact the RA market, so to speak?
I don't want to draw any conclusion to that. I think take a look at the data that's in that appendix table yourself, and you could probably draw that conclusion just based on the number of megawatts that are being shown and how much they're actually bidding. That data is in there. We did not publish the average price that people were bidding at, but you could obviously take into account the fact that some of these are very low amount of actual awards or self-schedules, which would mean they're bidding very high to have that outcome. But we didn't actually publish the average prices that folks were bidding at.
I wasn't even thinking of prices. I was thinking of just volumes.
So the volumes are included in there. So some of these SCs, you know, there's some that have low numbers, 10, 20 megawatts. Some of them are up in the hundreds. So, you know, take a look at that. But I think overall, it is a bit concerning if any of these are happening, but the magnitude is also important. That's a fair question. So it could have some impact on the market. Any other questions on this stuff from the back over here? No? You guys good?
Any questions on the phone, Lauren?
We do have a caller on the phone.
Oh, this is Jim Farrar. I have a question about the non-delivery. if the non-delivery is caused by transmission outages, is that reflected in your numbers?
Yeah, so Megan actually clarified that, and it is not included if it was a transmission-induced outage here or non-delivery, that it's not included as part of this analysis in the amount of non-delivery that's being shown.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Go ahead, Noah.
No time, teaching. So can you go back to a couple of slides ago?
Which one? Sorry.
There was another chart.
These ones?
One of those, yeah. Yeah.
Sure.
So I'm not seeing, or maybe it's just the scale, that it's not going to somewhere near 17% of the RA showing and or the day-ahead award for the non-delivery.
So these ones are on average. Those other ones were the maximum observation of any hour. So let's just compare and contrast this slide and that slide.
Yeah.
So this number here, the magnitude in the orange bar and then the associated number on the red dotted line for each month is the single hour maximum observation of non-delivery in those months. Now on these ones, this is the average hourly non-delivery.
So is the maximum non-delivery correlated with the maximum day-ahead award for that particular resource?
So
no, right?
When we were looking at this is just looking at all.
Aggregate?
This is all of them, yeah. So this isn't talking about individual resources. This is talking about all imports in general on this slide. Same thing with these ones. This is all average information.
I'm going to jump in here. I'll confirm this with Danielle, but my understanding, Chris, can you go back one slide? This is Megan again with Market Design Policy. My understanding here is that out of the entire month, let's look at, say, that first month of July, that for that month of July, we surveyed all of the hours, found the one particular hour that had the highest amount of non-delivery. And what's shown on this graph here is just the data for that 1 hour. So the 1 hour out of the entire month that had the largest amount of non-delivery is shown in that first bar data for July. And then we do that for each month.
And the, the yellow bar is the award relative to that 1 hour?
Correct.
Okay.
No, sorry, on this one, so what we're trying to show here on this one, the blue bar is all import showings, and then the yellow bar is all non-resource specific import showings, because we're trying to clarify the difference between what we had previously provided, which was essentially in error, including pseudo-tied resources. So the difference, as you can see, is pretty big delta between that blue bar and the yellow bar, and that's what drives essentially moving the red line up from around an average of 10% to an average of 17%. So that's the difference there. Now, when you move into this next slide, that's where we're talking about the awards compared to the showings, and then the bids, awards, and self-schedules in each of those charts. So sorry for any confusion there. We're talking a little bit of apples and oranges, but hopefully that made it more clear.
It does. So if, I guess my then question is, if you are saying that the non-delivery in these hours have similar behavior to forced outage rates for internal resources, what would lead the CAISO to then say those resources or those imports are speculative?
So that we're not really drawing the conclusion about the non-delivery on that aspect. That's a good question, though. Why we're saying there might be speculative supply going on is because of this chart right here, not because of those other ones. So the conclusion I want you to draw from these two charts here, the day-ahead bids, awards, and self-schedules, is that on average, overall, it looks like folks are behaving in a manner that's consistent with what we'd expect, meaning we're getting enough bids according to what we've had shown on average. Now, when you go into a more granular look at each SC's behavior, that's where you start to see, okay, now there may be some that are providing speculative supply, we think, or maybe that's just simply a double-counted resource that they don't want to have dispatched. There could be any number of things that's going there. We're not drawing a conclusion on what's actually happening behind the scenes because we don't have enough information to make that kind of a conclusion, but we're just pointing out that some of the FCs here are getting relatively low amounts of awards, which could represent speculative supply. Okay, any other questions on these aspects before I get into the proposal stuff again? I think hopefully this provides some additional, support, justification for our proposal, and helps to, be responsive to stakeholders. If you have some other ideas about what we might be able to, also provide that might be more beneficial or enhance these analyses, we'd be happy to, think about doing that. But I do think this one moves us forward a lot as far as more justification for our proposal. Let's check and see if we have anything on the phone. Operator, any questions on the phone?
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Okay. So let's get into the proposed modifications, and I think we could probably get through these pretty quick because we're not making any real major changes to the prior proposed modifications. So there's two major concepts here. We're proposing that we require the specification of the source BA for all imports on monthly showings. And then we're proposing that we also adopt and codify provisions that would require that RA imports provide an attestation or some contractual language that proves that they have physical capacity and firm transmission backing any of those unspecified imports. And we're going to include that in the CAISO tariff to try to ensure a similar treatment amongst all LSCs because that is currently part of the CPUC's RA program, and we just want to kind of extend those provisions into our tariff overall as well. Oh, sure. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, Chris. Thanks. Brian Thaker with Middle River Power. I'm still fuzzy on the first bullet. Does the ISO, when the source BA is identified at the time of the showing, does the ISO then at that point do some kind of assessment of whether that BA has sufficient capacity to be able to commit to California? If not, what's the point of that requirement?
So good question. So I think the answer to your question would be more along the lines of the second bullet, where we would want to have them attest that they actually have physical capacity and that there is firm transmission available for that resource secured ahead of time. Now, the source BA for the RA imports is more focused on the need for being able to do the EIM sufficiency testing as opposed to, ensuring that up front in the monthly time frame. So I think that's really trying to get at that, and we'll talk a little bit more about really why we want that source BA on the showings when we go forward.
Okay. To the second point, the attestation is that there's physical capacity there, but if the resources are not identified, is it possible for the seller to attest that they actually do have firm transmission if they don't know from what resources if they know what resources the DRA is coming from, it seems silly to not ask them to identify them at the time of the showing, and if they don't, I'm not sure how you can assert that there's firm transmission from the sourcing resource to the CAISO delivery point.
Yeah, so I think that's a good question and a good thing to think through more, and we're trying to kind of strike a balance here as far as, previously we had said maybe we just need to require that all imports be resource specific and not actually be non-resource specific or unspecified, and that was one aspect that we put forward, which is not well received from most parties, and I think we kind of backed away from that a little bit, and I would also, state that I think first and foremost we want to have that physical capacity be attested to, so maybe there's a bit of nuance that we can clarify in our proposal that maybe it's not necessarily that you have to attest to the firm transmission capability up front. And then there are questions about, tagging requirements and things like that I think we want to get more input on to help make this proposal really fit and make sense, I think. So So I don't think we're quite there on some of the details of what exactly you would have to either attest to or provide a contract for. And I think, perhaps if you provided a contract that showed that you had some physical capacity, it's obviously not going to include like a transmission contract as well, or, it might not have that aspect in it. And so I think there might be a possibility that we could maybe differentiate those two different aspects of this, and maybe there's a way we might have a little bit more flexibility. But I think overall we want to have everyone ensure that they have firm delivery, but maybe the time frame that it's actually secured in might not necessarily have to be in the full month ahead time frame. I hope that kind of addresses some of the concerns.
I appreciate the desire for flexibility on this. I get that. I'm not convinced there's anything that appears to be equitable, consistent treatment between internal and external suppliers. So thanks for the chance to chime in.
And I think that's a fair point as well. And, we are trying to strive for a balance here. So it is a little bit difficult to try to make things all perfectly equal, but your point's well taken. Sure, go ahead in the back here.
It's Jeff Emsley from PowerX. I actually just want to echo those points that were made there. We don't feel that requiring an import RA supplier to designate a source BA only goes far enough. We feel that the import RA supplier should have to designate the resource at the time that they are committing that supply. We think it makes sense that they be required to designate that resource as part of the supply plan. And we think, again, that makes the treatment of internals and external resources more consistent. We think that'll further reduce speculative supply. And if I'm a supplier selling real firm capacity, I don't know why it would be burdensome to indicate what resource I'm selling when I sell that resource. And the last point is we suggest that CAISO extend their tariff requirement even further to require that the import RA supplier designate that resource as part of the supply plan and make it a tariff requirement, not just a contract obligation. I think contract obligations are hard to enforce and also hard to regulate. So I just wanted to echo that point. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your comments. All good points as well. And I think those are the things we have been struggling with a bit on this aspect of the proposal. Personally, I see some of those things as very valid, and I kind of would like to see us be able to propose a resource-specific requirement, but there also are a lot of parties that mention that they, enjoy the current flexibility that is provided by having these unspecified resources. So, I don't necessarily know if we're going to go back onto that aspect of the proposal where we say we want to have, resource-specific requirements here, but there is some, more thinking to be done on all of this. You want to add something, Carl? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a follow-up question. You stated that they should be required to identify the specific resource. Now, for some of the Pacific Northwest, that's, as you guys are well aware, that's kind of challenging. Are you specifying the resource or a collection of resources? Can you clarify what you mean by that?
I think a system resource could be okay, but a portfolio of resources, it seems reasonable to us that if you have a portfolio of resources, you should be able to designate what makes up that portfolio, designate the resources that make up that portfolio.
So you'd still qualify that portfolio as a, finger quotes for those of you on the phone, a resource?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think when we had some of these discussions previously about this resource-specific proposal that we had put out, we obviously noted as well that there are, hydro systems that have multiple resources that might, be able to kind of have some flexibility if we just said it was going to come from that whole group of one river, one, hydro system or something like that. So anyways, but so, fair points and some more to think about here and chew on. So thanks for the input initially. Let's get through a couple more slides, and I'm sure that other folks might want to have some other feedback. Oh, sure, go ahead. Yeah, over here in the room before we move on.
Just to be clear on that, the difference between a system resource and a portfolio, is it that the system is essentially owned by one entity and something that comprises their system, whereas a portfolio could be a collection of resources from different systems? Is that the way to think of the difference between those two terms?
I mean, I would say that in my view of it, you know, a hydro system that's owned by one owner and has, you know, the ability to be sold off or contracted for RA could probably be easily identified as one overall resource. And then I think what maybe perhaps PowerX meant by a portfolio would be, you know, multiple different resources in different areas or different VAs that could be, you know, owned and operated by one supplier or something like that. But I would like to see if they have anything to add. I don't know. That's just my general understanding. Any thoughts on my take on that? Anyone? Okay, they're nodding their heads, so I guess that's probably accurate. So, thanks.
Okay.
Oops, I turned off my mic like I was done. I'm not done. Okay, so a little bit more on this specification of the import balancing area. So for these non-resource specific imports, you know, we think, well, currently you're only required to show what intertie you're coming in on, and there isn't really any certainty that they represent any supply from a specific balancing area. We think that if this proposal that we require the specification of the source BA for all the RA imports on RA and supply plans and monthly showings will help ensure that the resources are not double counted and that we can ensure that we have an accurate EIM sufficiency test. And so it really is tied to the day-ahead market, the extension of the day-ahead market into the EIM areas. And we believe that that is necessary to be able to ensure that there isn't that double counting going on in the EIM resource sufficiency test. Now, a bit more specification I included on these slides just to try to discuss with folks a little bit what their thoughts might be. I think what we're thinking of is that, you know, some folks had provided feedback that, hey, if you make me specify that in the month ahead, but then I change it later, now I don't have the same kind of flexibility that I enjoyed previously, so it's going to drive up my costs. It's not going to be as reliable, things of that nature. I think what we're initially thinking is that you could update that BA source as you go through, as long as essentially you have it locked in prior to the day-ahead market. That's the aspect that we really need to ensure that EIM sufficiency test is accurate. And so we're kind of seeking feedback on this, and is there really a need for us to allow for folks to have that ability to kind of switch the different PA sources? And I think, you know, to some of the discussion we had earlier, I think that may perhaps undermine some of the idea that this would help provide some certainty that these resources aren't double counted. So again, this is another one of the balancing acts we're trying to, you know, provide here. On one hand, it might allow for flexibility to continue that people currently enjoy and that some, you know, LSEs have really stated is really important. But then on the other hand, it might also allow for some of this perhaps bad behavior to continue. Or perhaps, you know, maybe I shouldn't say bad behavior, but maybe just for the possibility for some of these resources to be double counted. So we're thinking a little bit about that and welcome any input that stakeholders have. Sure, go ahead in the back, PowerX.
This is Jeff Emsley again from PowerX. I just wanted to note, because you're talking about the EDAM RS test, I just wanted to note a couple of, at least how I understand them, a couple of the important timelines with the EDAM. And my understanding is the EDAM is going to have two important tagging deadlines. One is an early morning tagging deadline for the purpose of an RS test, and the other is an end-of-the-day checkout timeline. And when we think about the early morning RS test deadline, if I'm thinking about an RA resource bidding into the CAISO day-ahead market, that's essentially a capacity product bidding into the day-ahead market, if I'm an EDAM entity and I'm going to count on that capacity to pass an RS test, I'm going to want to make sure that that's reliable supply, it has reliable transmission for delivery, and we don't see how you can verify that information without an E-tag. So I'm really getting at the E-tagging requirements of the EDAM. And the second timeline being an end-of-the-day checkout, my understanding is that the EDAM is going to require that all energy schedules and capacity schedules be tagged by the end of the day. And so again, I think all tags will need to be tagged by the end of the day, and I think that's important for the EDAM entities so that they're comfortable making unit commitment decisions based on an EDAM dispatch. And I guess just the last point I'd like to make is, we feel there are several good reasons to require a day-ahead E-tag for our RA capacity. We think there are going to be some definitive requirements of the EDAM initiative.
Thanks for that. So I do want to recognize that PowerX provided some pretty thorough comments related to the tagging requirements in the prior iteration, and I think we haven't moved forward on saying for sure that we want to extend that for RA imports at this point. But all of what you just mentioned, Jeff, really does hit home here on some of this, and I think we need to do some more interaction and coordination between what's going on in the proposal for extending EIM and how that interrelates with these RA resources. Hopefully that can get us to the point where we have enough specification to be able to do proper controls and testing or verification on these things. But it looks like you want to chime in again. Do you have any response to that?
No, I was just going to say I appreciate that.
Okay, cool. And then I do want to give an opportunity, if Megan, do you have anything that you wanted to respond to on that tagging, those thoughts? Because I'm not totally privy to all these ideas about the tagging requirements in that initiative. So if you had anything you wanted to add, go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing I was going to add, I think you have some really good points, but I think that that's more applicable to the EDAM policy. I think there's a stronger argument for having specific day-ahead tagging timelines when you do consider the day-ahead resource efficiency evaluation. If you're just considering RA enhancements on its own, I don't think there's as much of a need to have the day-ahead stringent tagging timelines. So I think that's going to be more of a topic, and I absolutely see your rationale when it comes to the EDAM paradigm.
I think that's right, Megan. I think that's what I'm trying to get at as well in this, where maybe it's not necessarily required that we need to include day-ahead tagging provision under this initiative, but I think it might be covered or at least coordinated enough to give us that certainty in the EIM proposal. So we'll definitely have some more discussions internally about how this needs to interact and come back, and if we think it does need to be proposed here, we can include it in the future. So. I do have some other slides about the tagging stuff, so I think we kind of got to all that a lot already. But go ahead, Mark. Sure.
Thanks, Chris. It's Mark with Calpine. I think we've been pretty clear that, we certainly support capacity dedication to imports along with transmission. You get part of the way here. I guess my question is, though, if you have a requirement for the RA showings to have a source BA, are you going to then require that the tags are sourced from that same BA for transactions on a daily basis?
Yeah, so I think that's the idea, but that's also why I included this second bullet here about how you can update your BA source through CIRA. So if you did have a change, you could go ahead and update that. But I think we would at this point, and again, I need to have more discussions internally, but I think at this point, it would be all right to update that and change the VA, but we'd want to know at least ahead of time for these time frames for these day-ahead sufficiency tests that we would want to be able to ensure that there isn't double counting going on. So I think we would want to have some validation or control that the tag does match up with what's included in the CIRA showings as well.
Okay, and that would allow then for, if the dedicated resource is uneconomic, but there is economic energy available, you could replace. And I think that's what Dr. Harvey said also was the more efficient outcome. As long as there's notice, you could still replace, I guess is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think we're trying to get at that balance of allowing for some flexibility, but still allowing for that certainty as well. So that we're hoping that kind of strikes the right balance where we still have the ability to kind of swap out resources, but again, kind of that discussion I had earlier, it might undermine some of the attempts of what we're trying to get at by doing that. But then there also is the efficiency questions, like what I'm sure that the MSC would be very interested in opining on as well. So again, this is all just it's a very tough thing to try to strike that balance, but that's where we're trying to get at. So thanks for that clarification, Mark. Okay. The documentation concept, let's move on to the second part of the proposal. So again, I think we already talked about this a little bit, but right now there are requirements that LSCs provide documentation that reflects that unspecified imports are being used to meet our requirements have a, physical or firm energy delivery through the PUC's process. And I think what we're hoping is that we could also extend a similar type of documentation provision for all SCs that are submitting these unspecified RA imports. So that would be, some kind of attestation or contractual language that shows that an importer has at least secured physical capacity and backing up with operating reserves at the time of the showing. I think the transmission concept is something, that Brian had mentioned, and I think we do need to think about that and the time frame a little bit more, and maybe we can refine that as we go forward.
Okay, Chris, I do have one more question about that. For dynamics and pseudo-ties, the operating reserves are generally provided by the sync BA, not the native BA.
Oh, yes. Sorry. So I think on these I'm trying to explain that these are the unspecified imports only.
Okay, thank you.
So, not applicable to those tie gens or dynamics. Yep, but thanks for that. Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Martin. Is it possible to leverage or use the documentation that will be provided to the Commission so that you source that information from that same data set versus LSCs making a separate filing?
So I think at this point they don't submit those to us. They just submit it to the PUC, so we don't have any access to that. We could definitely, have discussions with the PUC about, having them forward that documentation along to us or something of that nature. But it would have to get into our Sierra system or some other, email system somehow or something like that. So we'll have to think about that, but it's a fair suggestion, and I think we can work on that a little bit and see if that's a possibility for sure. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Brian Dacre with Middle River. Can you elaborate as what the ISO means by the phrase "and operating reserves"? Both Edison and Middle River pointed out in their comments on the RA import PD that this is pretty archaic language and it's not clear exactly what kind of obligation that conveys. What does the ISO have in mind when it uses that phrase?
So the idea is essentially if you have an unspecified import and there is, it could be backed by something like a renewable resource or variable energy resource or something else with a fuel limitation, that there is enough reserves behind that to, if there's variation in the output of that resource, that we can actually get what is awarded through the market. So I think that's really just the extent that we're talking about here. But that's a fair question. I think maybe we could think about clarifying that a little bit further, and if you have suggestions about what that might mean or what it might mean to you in a way, but essentially that's what we're trying to get at.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. I think that's a reasonable thing, is to say that there is some provision that says that this import or this export is not the first one cut. I think that there's probably a better way, if that's the ISO's intent, to accomplish that than by tying it to a reference to operating reserves.
I think that's a fair suggestion. I think we might be able to perhaps clarify something along those lines where we just state the intent as opposed to adding that as an actual requirement. I think that's more of a bit of an artifact from prior discussions where the PUC has required that sort of thing, and so we also went along with that sort of a type of language here.
And I think that language made sense prior to the most recent revision to BAL 002. I think in the new BAL 002 world that reference becomes just obtuse and no one quite knows what it means.
Yeah, thanks for that input. We'll take that into consideration, and maybe we can fix that a little bit in our next proposal. Oh, over here. Sure, go ahead.
Margaret Peterson, Mains or Bonneville Power Administration. I want to clarify and just, you speak about firm transmission at time of the showing, but the CPUC qualified capacity rules allow for you just to specify the firm delivery point, which doesn't necessarily mean you have firm transmission to that point. So do you intend for it to be firm transmission, or do you intend to follow the CPUC qualifying rule?
Well, I don't want to necessarily interpret what the PUC meant, but my reading of their order said that they had firm delivery, which would essentially mean you have to have firm transmission, in my understanding of it. But I think I'd let them clarify what they really intended on that. I think what we're saying is, yes, we hope that there is firm transmission for these unspecified imports because we don't want them to be curtailed for economic reasons. And so the only way to ensure that is that you have firm transmission. Anything that's non-firm can be curtailed for economic reasons, and I think we want to preclude RA imports from doing that because of the reliability impact. So that's kind of our position at this point. I think there is some coordination that needs to be done with the PUC and their recent, PD on imports as well, and we can talk more about that as well. All right, let's keep moving. Okay, so this one I was trying to get at a little bit of the tagging requirements that PowerX had already mentioned, so I'm not going to go through a bunch more discussion here on that. I think if anyone has more input they wanted to, but it's essentially we think right now the current tagging requirements are appropriate for RA imports, but then I would note that these idea of the, extended EIM tagging requirements may help us to ensure that the source BA is identified on those tags ahead of time, and we can ensure that the resources aren't double counted in the EIM sufficiency test. So I think we've probably got through most of that discussion, but I'll open it up again if anybody has any more comments on tagging or anything of that nature.
Lauren, is there anybody in the queue?
There is no one in queue at this time.
All right, so again, we're still seeking input on that, and we will take that back internally and talk about how the different parts of the different proposals that we're working on currently interact and need to be coordinated. So kind of to wrap up this section, a couple more things. We had previously proposed some bidding requirements, real-time bidding requirements for imports. And previously we already had said we were not going to continue to pursue that for a number of reasons, particularly the efficient utilization of the transmission system being one, a lot of stakeholders that were opposed to doing so. And then I would add another reason that we're also clarifying here is this most recent changes to our must-offer obligations overall here in the RA enhancements proposal being coordinated with that day-ahead market enhancements proposal as well. So obviously if we're proposing to get rid of real-time bidding for RA resources and just rely on that day-ahead market process to establish real-time bids, it doesn't really make sense to us to not coordinate this aspect of the proposal as well. So just another drop in the bucket here of why we're not proposing to change the bidding requirements on these resources, on these non-resource specific import resources. Okay, so any questions about the bidding proposal? Not changed from previously. So last but not least, MIC. So we had worked a bit on some of the maximum import capability provisions. In prior iterations, we were thinking about making some modifications to the allocation process. We didn't really advance it very much other than saying we might want to incorporate some kind of an auction design. Internally, we had some thorough discussions that, really didn't lead us to think that that would address some of the major concerns that some of the stakeholders had. So we were thinking, about how we might be able to just change some of the other provisions rather than incorporating an auction process. And ultimately what's occurred since the last proposal in between then and now is that we've decided that we'll just take out the MIC provisions from being under scope of this initiative itself and start a standalone process to address any MIC changes that are necessary. And so we think that some of the calculation discussions and the allocation discussions can be more thoroughly vetted through a standalone initiative that's going to address the MIC provisions. And we think that the reason we do that is a couple things. First, we need to address the recently identified 2021 RA year capacity shortfall that's being discussed through the PUC's IRP process. We think that some of these MIC provisions might need to be addressed sooner than the timeline here. And then second, we have this, obviously we've had this discussions on the multi-year RA framework through settlement process going on at the PUC as well. So both of those things are kind of driving some needs to maybe move this aspect of it faster. So that's going to be a separate standalone stakeholder initiative that we're kicking off, and I believe Neil Miller's group is going to start leading that, and then obviously some of the RA folks in policy as well are going to be, participating there as well. Sure, go ahead.
Just a question on the timing for the MIC initiative. Is the intention to have it wrapped up for the 2021 compliance year?
Yeah, it's going to be a quick initiative. I don't know the exact schedule yet, but I believe we're going to kick it off and wrap it up hopefully before the start of the next 2021 year. And that we might be able to, do the full proposal and everything before then. But Catalin, you want to add some more on the time frame of that?
Yeah, this is Catalin. So we will kick it out pretty soon, but it might have to have two different phases, because if we are going to a multi-year RA, that actually requires FERC's approval. So since we have to have everything done by June when we start the MIC allocation process, that's about impossible to get it done for 2021 for the long term, for the multi-year stuff. But if you could do something shorter term in the interim, that can probably get implemented before next June. But not something that requires tariff change. It's something that requires tariff change. Most likely we get it in the 2020 because it requires FERC approval.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we might be able to make BPM changes pretty nimbly, but if we do have to go to FERC and change some of our tariff provisions, that would take a little bit longer perhaps. But the idea is to get the actual policy in place and finalized as a draft final proposal, and then bring that to the board as quick as we can here. So that's kind of the schedule we're on for that. Any final questions on any of the imports discussion? I think there's a lot of good questions and input on this aspect today, so thanks to everyone for participating and in your input. And if you have any thoughts that you didn't express today, feel free to give us a ring or include that in your written comments. Now I'm going to turn it back over to Carl for Flex. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Chris. Actually, what we're going to do now is I'm going to give everybody we'll say 5-minute opportunity to stretch your legs. And when we come back, just because past experience has shown how we can get wrapped up in the Flex discussion, I'd like to touch on our local proposal first, and then we'll take care of the Flex after that. So we're just going to flip those last two elements of the discussion today to make sure we cover the local adequately, and we'll get through the Flex after that. So 5 minutes, and I'm going to start counting people in at 4. So. All right, everybody, let's start coming back together. We were behind schedule. I'm trying to be nice, though, and give myself a break, too. But let's start reconvening, and any further conversations need to move to the hall. Yes, I was talking to you, Chris. Now I'm just waiting for Christina to get back. We can't go forward without our noble leader. We were told you're the leader, and we can't do anything without you. We just need the direction.
Lauren, are the phone lines open?
Yes, they are.
Great, thank you. Carl, you're good to go.
Okay, so welcome back. As I mentioned before the break, for those of you listening on the phone, history has told me that while we can get bogged down in flexible RA, our local proposal, I think, is pretty straightforward and succinct, and we're really looking for feedback at this point in time. So we're going to switch to that first so that if we happen to run a little bit long, we will have at least touched on every single subject and given them their due. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Lauren to cover the first bit of this, and then I'll take over from there.
All right. I just have one slide really quickly about the two local RA items that we discussed previously. These items, as you probably saw, were separated out into their own draft final because they've received significant development. We don't foresee changes to those at this time, so we separated them out and we'll continue to develop the rest of our enhancements separately. So the first one was the local studies with availability limited resources. For that one, the 2020 local capacity studies have incorporated new information to guide resource procurement to meet energy needs of the local load shape. We've presented what those additions look like in the RA enhancement meetings previously, and we do have existing CPM authority that will clarify within the CPM modification section of RA enhancements going forward. That was one of the pieces that we didn't advance as part of this second revised straw proposal, so we're not presenting on that today, but that will continue to be there. The second item is the slow demand response topic. On this one, we are going to move forward with a new tool that will be developed to dispatch slow PDR on a pre-contingency basis in the day-ahead time frame, so prior to the operating day. Slow RDRR will not be considered by the tool because it can only be dispatched after the CAISO declares a warning or emergency, and it's not required for them to participate in day-ahead. We're expecting the new tool to be implemented in fall 2020, so on a little bit faster of a timeline than some of the other RA enhancement items. And then we'll be continuing to coordinate with the CPUC on the slow DR topic for pieces that require that. So that's the update on the two local RA pieces that we moved into the draft final. I'll take questions really briefly if we have any, but otherwise we look for your comments for more feedback on those two items. So I'm not seeing any questions, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to Carl to talk about the new local pieces.
All right, thanks, Lauren. Unfortunately, I have more than one slide. So in our last iteration, we put forward a proposal that would rely on UCAP for system and NQC for local. A lot of people didn't like that, said it would create confusion, difficulties, and a bunch of other challenges. So what we've done is we've gone out and looked at the ability to try and develop a couple different options is the way we've approached this for doing UCAP for local to, again, try and align the idea of the counting rules for system and local RA. So what we've come up with is trying to do one of two things when we convert either the capacity up front or the requirements after the study to address the UCAP. So we'll talk about each of these two processes. The first really involves running our existing studies as we currently have them today, and then having some sort of conversion factor where we take those requirements and turn them into a UCAP equivalent. So we get an LCR study result, and then 1,000 megawatts, and then we'd assess what an expected forced outage rate would look like in the local area, and then convert that appropriately. The second option is to determine the LCR study requirements using UCAP values in the study process. We'll go through each of these. We do have a preference. We'll state that. We'll be unambiguous about that because, again, some of these processes create some misalignments with other planning processes we undertake. So one of the biggest challenges, and we tried to articulate this in the last meeting and apparently did not do a spectacular job, so we're going to try again, with using UCAP in local areas is it's not really deterministic, it's not fully probabilistic as we've identified those or defined those two methodologies. Basically what it would result in is a study process where we either use a stochastically or a predetermined UCAP value, which we know is not reflective of any particular point in time, but is more reflective of an on average of all resources, but it does miss some of the impacts of significant planned or forced outages. Or we end up using a conversion factor that works well if there's not great diversity of forced outage rates or if there's not a lot of alternatives for local procurement. That's kind of a little insight into where we're probably going to be, where our preference lies. So one of our big concerns is no matter what we do here, we need to maintain the integrity of our transmission planning process and trying to justify the need for transmission upgrades or investments based on a UCAP value where we're using UCAP in the study process is challenging. It doesn't work. It's not based on any of the standard practices for transmission planning that's undertaken. Those are typically done using an installed capacity value, so we have a better sense of what the actual resources and flows over those lines are going to look like. We also know that using UCAP in certain local areas, particularly smaller resources, can have a very large impact on the ability to meet requirements absent trying to make some sort of adjustment or additional consideration for those local areas. As we do today, we do have local areas where there is not technically enough sufficient installed capacity. We involve other practices and plans that have to be submitted to say, hey, if there's this level of contingency, this is how we're planning on addressing it without having to put the system as a whole at risk. So option one is to simply convert the LCRs into UCAP after the study process. So basically all we would do in this option is we would run the LCRs, the local capacity studies, exactly as we do today. Publish the local capacity requirements in terms of NQC. The challenge then comes with saying, okay, we now need to convert that NQC value into an assumed or equivalent UCAP value. And exactly how we do that and what we use to do that is an open question. More specifically, trying to figure out, are we looking at forced outage rates in a particular local area? Are we looking at forced outage rates over a system and just assume that they're the same within a local area, and how exactly we derive that conversion factor becomes important, particularly if there are options. If there are no options, the conversion factor is you're basically going to buy everything anyhow. You need all the resources in a local area, so not a whole lot changes. But if there are options, you run risks where the lower quality or less reliable capacity in that local area are the ones that are procured, and you don't actually have the reliable capacity that you had anticipated in the study process, and you can identify in that instance deficiencies and potentially the need for additional backstop procurement. I forgot to change the 3 to 2. So again, as I've mentioned earlier, it does assume that there is either not a whole lot of options in the area or that the resources procured to meet that requirement are at least as good as the average. If they're not, then we still run risks of deficiencies. We also have challenges in trying to determine how these will impact across different local areas and sub-areas. So things that are resources in the LA basin that impact multiple sub-areas within that, that space. Are we still hitting the same effectiveness in UCAP and all of the same provisions to make sure that each local sub-area is still adequate? So again, it creates additional complexities at that level. The big benefit of this methodology, though, is it does maintain the same planning standards as what we're using in transmission planning, meaning looking at the PMAX of the resources and the contingencies as we would there and how we would resolve them. The disconnect would happen as far as what we would need to justify in terms of transmission build-outs only after the study is completed. So we'd still see the local capacity requirements in terms of an installed capacity value or NQC value, but after that we would convert that to an NQC or a UCAP value. And so it doesn't really have any significant impact when we're looking at saying how is it different or the same from transmission planning study processes. It's the same. It's the conversion factor that occurs after the fact only is where the differential takes place. Option 2 was to use UCAP values in the study process itself. Basically what we'd look at there is we'd conduct the local capacity studies using the UCAP values for each resource instead of the installed capacity values as we do today. There's a couple different elements at play here. The first is that the UCAP values are lower than the NQC values, so we'd probably have a slightly higher need, but we'd also be having a slightly lower contingencies as far as the ones that are resource-related or generation-related outages. So some of those contingencies may also have smaller impacts on the overall local capacity requirement. As I mentioned before, the current study process assumes all the resources except contingencies are in service or the vast majority of them, which is more consistent than assuming that all the resources in the local area are about 10 to 15% forced out. And again, I'm just using the numbers from earlier in the presentation. So it does create a vast difference and a big divide between how we would be conducting the studies for transmission planning purposes relative to what we'd say we need for local capacity requirements in the RA proceeding. The primary benefit of using this approach, though, is it does not have the same assumption about whether or not you're procuring better or worse capacity than the average forced outage rate. So if you've got an abundance of capacity in a local area, which there are a couple that have more than is minimally needed, this can be a problem. However, this is one of those challenges that may be more of a theoretical problem than a real problem. And what I mean by that is there are a couple local areas where there is excess local capacity. There are a lot of resources or a lot of local areas and sub-areas where we basically have what we need. And there's very few resources that are options to meet those local capacity requirements. So we're still in the process of trying to assess how theoretical versus real that problem of having having the lower quality capacity procured in local areas is when there's just not an abundance of capacity, period. We've looked at both options. We prefer option 1. We can do either option. So we have stated in the paper that option 1 for us, just again, given the ties to the transmission planning process, is cleaner. The after-the-fact conversion based on a UCAP conversion factor is not that big of a deal. especially given the fact that the local areas are fairly snug in most local areas and sub-areas anyhow. Having said that, we are open to stakeholder feedback on this process to see, A, if these approaches are clear, make sense, if there's reasons why we should sit back, think about, and consider option 2 as opposed to option 1. We'd really like to hear that. But otherwise, if the desire of stakeholders is that to facilitate consistency between system and local showings, that we move to a UCAP value, this is really where we're at. We've identified them, but have stated a clear preference for option 1. I know, no, it's okay. Yeah. I understand that. I understand that, which is why we didn't put it up here. So, again, that's really kind of the nuts and bolts of the local proposal on this. Again, we're trying to accommodate and address stakeholder concerns. Any thoughts, feedbacks, comments, or questions? Doug?
Doug Bochignone, Flynn Resource Consultants. On the option 1, is the idea, though, that so you'll establish the need basically the way you do today, yes. Sort of. Do you use NQC or PMAX? NQC, and then, but so if you bring a resource that has a lower forced outage rate to the party, then you'll get more credit than one that has a higher forced outage rate. So you'd be sending kind of the right signal. Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks.
Lauren, do we have any questions in the queue?
Yes, we have 2 callers in queue at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Fine.
Hi, this is Tyrone from PG&E. My question is that one of the things I think I noticed earlier in the presentation, and I might have missed the discussion, is that you mentioned the difference between the 1 and 2 and the 1 and 10 as it relates to, I think, the error included in the planning reserve margin. So considering that system uses 1 and 2 and local uses 1 and 10, do you see a disconnect in that sense in terms of the load forecast assumption?
No different than exists today, Tyrone.
Yeah, but you're.
And again,
go ahead. Keep going. Go ahead.
Sorry, I've got Catalin in the back of the room who's more adept at kind of talking through the basis for the 1 and 10 and why it's the more appropriate measure for local relative to the system.
Okay.
Tyrone, this is Catalin with the ISO. So we're not planning to change that. So the local will stay in 1 in 10, and that is consistent with the transmission planning. So everything is consistent. There are rather smaller amount of resources in local area. They peak at different times. There's coincidence factor is way different than the system coincidence factor. So there's multiple reasons why 1 in 10 is the preferred alternative to plan for the local areas. And in this case, the LCR studies are consistent with all the TPP. It's down to 1 in 10, and we're not planning to change that.
No, I think I followed that. I think I was just tracking some of the logic that I thought I heard earlier, which is saying that for a system which is 1 and 2, which includes the planning reserve margin and has an assumption of forced outage, and as I understood that with the 1 in 10 type of load forecast, that wasn't necessarily as needed, or I might have missed that part of the discussion. So in terms of the under forecasting risk, so the fact that you are planning something to a 1 in 10 load captures some of that risk. Am I misunderstanding that?
Yeah, there's a nuance there, Tyrone, and what I'm getting at is the potential load forecast error is dealt with by using 1 in 10 versus 1 in 2 per system. The forced outage is not, either which way you want to look at it. So the forced outage is you figure out what your expected forced outage rate is and you try and account for that. The forecast error, if you have a planning reserve margin or what your minimum requirement is bigger or more, or is different, better word, different, depending on whether you go to a 1 in 2 or 1 in 10.
Well, so in that, and I guess that, and so I think that's a part of my second related question, which is when you're doing the LCR studies for 1 in 10, that's inclusive of forced outages for generators. So it almost seems as if you're proposing to identify the minimum capacity requirement based on or inclusive of those forced outages, and then to apply a forced outage rate would seem almost to double count in addition to the 1 in 10 load. Am I misunderstanding that, or am I tracking it? Yeah, go ahead.
To clarify, what I'm hearing is that we have some sort of assumption of forced outage for the local studies. The only assumption of forced outage is the contingency being tested, correct, Catalin?
That is correct.
So beyond that, forced outage rates or forced outages are assumed to be zero.
No.
So that we don't have.
Wait, forced outages can set the contingency limit, so it's inclusive of the limit of the minimum requirement. So I'm not sure if I'm tracking the logic.
I'm going to defer back to Catalin because I'm not doing an adequate job here.
Tyrone, so let me try to take on this. The use of 1 in 10 load forecast for local areas has nothing to do with forced outage rates of generators. Absolutely nothing. On the outage rates for generator, the only thing we're testing is a single generator out coupled with some other contingencies, and all the other resources are assumed 100% available. That's what it is today, and give the option 1, we go with will be the same and only use some conversion factor for the outage rate after the studies are done.
Right, but I guess the point that I'm attempting to make, and maybe I'm doing a poor job of it, is that when you identify that single generator or the largest generator in that particular area plus some line, that when you establish your minimum requirement, it's inclusive of that. So you would be multiplying a forced outage rate upon a requirement that includes a forced outage.
Yeah, so that
right?
Basically,
yeah.
This is Catalin. Yeah. So let me try to repeat that. We don't use that as a forced outage. You know, basically at any given point in time, the ISO has to prepare for some contingencies. Yes, there are some local areas that the worst contingency could be a G-1, L-1, but there are other areas where the driver is an L-1, L-1, which has nothing to do with generators. For example, for those, it's 100% of the resources are assumed available. In the other one, where G1, L1 is driving the contingency, that unit as a contingency is the worst one for that local area. But here, really has nothing to do with the forced outage rates of every generator in that area. It could be like 200 generators in that area, and the probability of 200 generators being online at the same time, it's infinitely small. That we never included that in any studies, and that's what we're trying to say here.
No, and I'm tracking that. I won't hold you guys because you guys are there, and I know folks probably got to get on the road. But the point that I'm making is even as you've identified the worst contingency, that's inclusive of all the contingencies, which includes the G-1, L-1. And for example, if you were to fix that N-1 or L-1-1, then the next worst one could be that G-1, L-1 because it's inclusive of that within the requirement. So it just seems it feels like it's double counting, but let me sit and think a little bit more about it because of the G-1. It just seems that locally, if you're looking at 1 in 10 and then you're looking at contingency and then multiplying it times a forced outage rate, potentially using UCAP, it just seems obviously it's just different than the 1 and 2 with some forced outage rates without contingencies per se, and a lower load. That's the only point I'm making.
All right. We appreciate that, Tyrone. We'll look in more details and give you an opportunity to work through your thoughts in comments. I want to go to the phones because I know we had 2 questions on the phone. Then Doug, I saw you in the back of the room. We'll get to you in a second. I've lost track of who's on the phone.
Lauren, do we have somebody else in the queue?
Yes, I've just unmuted the next line.
Yes, this is Peter Griffiths with PG&E, and the question I have is, of the local requirements, how many are G-1, L-1, or G-1, G-2, -1? I mean, I guess the question I'm trying to get a handle on is the largest contingencies in setting the local requirement, how many of those are dependent upon generator outages versus transmission outages?
This is Catalin. The majority of them are not G-1, L-1. The majority, I would say 80+% are L1, not G1, L1. Maybe less than 20% are G1, L1.
Okay, so in the case where it's an L1, then essentially the requirement would be going up because the effectiveness of the generation would be going down with the UCAP. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say that for all of them, it will go slightly up. Effectively go slightly. I mean, the requirement might be the same, but since you are only allowed to show UCAP, obviously the UCAP is a little less than regular, so.
Okay, thanks.
Lauren, do we have another question?
Okay, so
Catalin's going to finish.
Noah has another question.
Catalin, this is Noah from Senegal. I mean, it sounds like once you have the current LCR study done, call it, it's 5,000 megawatt need, then you do a conversion factor, and that conversion factor, at least in my head, is thinking that it's taken some average UCAP factor to decrease the need so that you can then take the UCAP values to meet that need. Not you would raise the need for the LCR and then lower the supply for what's existing, which means that you would never reach the need.
No, just to be clear, you're saying you feel like that's what option 2 would
I thought that's what option 1 was.
No, option 1, everything would get adjusted to a UCAP. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Lower.
Yeah.
Yes, if the LCR is 1,000 megawatts and we have a conversion factor of 0.8.
Let us 10%.
Okay, 0.9.
It would be 900 megawatts. Yes. So it will reduce.
It would read. So again, for those on the phone, if we had, it would be equivalent is the goal.
Yeah, equivalent.
If we had a conversion factor of 0.9, let's say, which is to say 90% available or 10% forced outage rate, we'd say, okay, 1,000 megawatt local requirement need, multiply that times 0.9, 900 megawatts of UCAP. Please go get that for me.
Yeah, this is what option 1.
Yeah.
That's what I'm understanding option 1 as.
Okay. Yes, that is what option 1 is.
Okay.
That is our preferred solution. I'll reiterate that.
So.
Catalin disagrees.
What? Yeah, I'm not sure. This is Catalin. So if we require 1,000 megawatts, but 1,000 megawatts is not available because you have a forced outage rate, you will need to buy more to make sure that we have 1,000. Not that you have to buy less.
But that's option 2. Remember.
No, at the end of the day, the same amount of capacity needs to be purchased.
1,000 megawatts of installed capacity based on that study process. Correct. Look at you, Catalin.
At the end of the day, you will have to, if we're moving to a UCAP value, most likely what this is going to drive is going to require a higher requirement for capacity to be purchased because you're introducing the forced outage rates. Either way you do it. So I don't think you're going to be arriving to a lower requirement. You'll be arriving at a higher requirement.
Right, but let's hold on, time out, please. So again, at the end of the day, Catalin's absolutely correct. We're going to need 1,000 megawatts of installed capacity based on the example we've had, period. What the UCAP value is on that, we'll have to make that determination. We'll make a conversion of saying how much UCAP we think it would take to arrive at 1,000 megawatts of installed. Okay, because at the end of the day, it's 1,000 megawatts of installed, period, bar none. That's what we need. Correct, Catalin?
That will be the UCAP, and then we have to have 100 and 1,000 and 1,100. So
no.
This is what Catalin said.
That's what Catalin's saying.
Yeah,
all right.
This is what Catalin said.
That's exactly what I was saying.
Option 3, anybody?
Give them numerical example or more explanation.
All right, fair enough. Thank you. Anyhow, Doug, you've been waiting patiently.
Yeah, thanks, Doug Boccignani. I guess I'm thinking of this more like the same with this effectiveness factors. I mean, you do if you're going to go for the option 1 where you're looking at, you're doing what you've always done, which is assume a higher load and then test for a bunch of different contingencies, and then you say, I need this amount of capacity, then it seems like with option 1, you're just then converting and you're getting the equivalent answer. You're not changing anything other than providing some incentive to reduce forced outages on a going forward basis. And it seems like that kind of approach makes sense because, well, in many local areas, you don't have any choices anyway. So it's not like the resources are going to materialize absent, people putting in new ones, which could be a good thing. But, you've got this mix of resources, and, if people happen to show up with less than the average UCAP, it's just like not picking the most effective resource, and then there's consequences to that for everyone collectively.
Yes. Yeah, I think, again, confusion has been created today. Let's be unambiguous about that. But again, the ISO's preference, long and short on this, is we need to maintain consistency with our transmission planning processes and standards that we have there. Our goal and what we put forward in option 1, again, we can provide some clarity and some numerical examples as we go forward, is option 1 does that far better than option 2 does. At the end of the day, that's what I'd like our stakeholders to focus on, is that connection. We can work out the numerical example specifically about what that means as far as slightly higher, slightly lower. It gives us, at a minimum, I guess first off, I don't think it'll be slightly, it won't be significantly one way or the other different. Our expectations, these will be small changes either way, but we'll try and provide some numeric examples next time as we pin down and hone our proposal on that front. But the long and short of what I would like people to walk away from this aspect of the discussion with is we have been responsive to the idea of trying to create a framework where UCAP can work for local. There's a couple different options on that. We'd like some thoughts on how those would work for folks. And again, we've stated our preference to maintain alignment with the standards that we utilize in our transmission planning process. Okay, questions on the phone?
Lauren, do we still have people in the queue?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Sergio Renes with the California Energy Storage Alliance. I have a question about how you plan to use UCAP in both options. I think my understanding is that in the first option, you would take the average UCAP of all resources in a local area, then multiply that, and that would give you sort of a general UCAP. However, in the second option, would you use the resource-specific UCAP when doing the study from the beginning, considering that?
Yes, the second option would rely on unit-specific. The first option, again, I want to reiterate, we're not utilizing UCAP in the study process there. It's something that would happen after the study process occurs. We're not using system averages or anything on the study process. That would still use the NQC value or the appropriate value at the time of study.
Yes, but you would use the average of the local area as the conversion factor.
We have not made the determination about what exactly the appropriate conversion factor would be at this point in time.
Okay, I understand that.
There are a couple
in the slide, that's an option that is given, for example, an example, let's say.
Yeah, that is an example.
Okay, thank you.
One more question, Lauren?
Hi, Carl. This is Tyrone. Yeah, hi, Carl. This is Tyrone from PG&E. You know, I looked back through the presentation, and I think what might have created a little bit of the confusion, and I think Catalin helped to clarify it. On 119, it says convert LCRs into UCAP, and I think what you meant was to convert the NQCs into UCAP, because as I understood, Catalin articulated that the LCR requirements are not changing, that if you identify 1,000, it will be 1,000.
We'll help clarify that with some numeric examples in the next iteration, because I think we've got a bit of a miscommunication that we need to clarify here, so I apologize for the confusion that's creating.
No doubt, no doubt. And then the last really quick point, or one thing that I think I saw on 116, where it's talking about availability limited resources, and I think the ISO has mentioned this in some of its IRP filings as it relates to, I'll use the term hourly capacity need, and I think even the new LCR studies are kind of getting at that. Are you all envisioning for these energy type scenarios in terms of identifying what that hourly capacity need would be? Because as I understand, as we identify the LCR requirements, it's assuming that it's in essence flat in terms of a capacity need for those respective hours.
Yeah, so that slide 116, I think you said, on the availability limited topic was just to reflect the enhancements that we made to the LCR studies that you described.
Got it, but and I think it would be I think the enhancement is similar to how you're describing UCAP, which is the requirement itself is not changing, but the resources that count towards that requirement is changing.
Yeah, so we're not proposing changes to counting rules or anything as part of the changes to that study process. It's really more providing information as to the energy needs in the local area.
Right. So, for example, it will show like no solar because the sun's down, but the load requirement or the capacity requirement is still the same. So I don't know if the hourly I know we've talked about it in the past where the ISO may consider looking at hourly capacity requirements by hour, and I think that was even a part of the what was presented in the IRP showing the different hours. So I don't know if that influences or is a part of this process. It doesn't sound like it, but I might be out to lunch. So, okay, it's late. Sorry, guys.
All right, Tyrone. So with that, I'm going to move us along to the flexible RA component of this. We're going to do it backwards. I'm joking. We'll get there. See? So we have had some significant revisions to our flexible RA proposal. We've talked a lot today about the day-ahead market enhancements and alignment between the RA enhancements and what we're putting forward there, particularly the imbalance reserve, and that's going to play a major role in how we're thinking about flexible RA. For the sake of time, I'm going to move quickly through some of the background slides, many of which are very similar, if not identical, to our previous discussions. But the long and short is what we're looking to do is making sure that whatever our flexible RA framework is, it's capturing our operational needs for both the predictable and unpredictable ramping. And specifically here, what we looked at and what we tried to focus on is, do we need something to address the predictable ramping needs? Do we need a specific flexible RA product for that? So we looked through what is driving our specific flexibility needs at all levels, from the primary flexibility to what we call the tertiary. And so we go from frequency response to regulation to market flexibility needs. And what we identified really was that the primary and secondary needs are met through different avenues, whereas the tertiary, the market needs, are not. we are looking again to RA to ensure that we have sufficient capability and capacity available to our markets. In this instance, as we'll discuss further in a moment, particularly our transition between the day-ahead and real-time market to make sure that we're able to deal with those needs that we didn't see coming, be it for load following or granularity of the time or just forecast error. So again, we talked about the predictable versus the unpredictable nature of certain flexibility needs. The predictable, again, we know when the sun comes up, we know when the sun goes down. We have pretty good forecasts for numerous aspects of our system. And so trying to determine if we need to have or need to continue to have flexibility requirements for those predictable needs has been a significant question as our thinking has evolved over this. And really, our thinking has shifted to focus more on the unpredictable ramping needs, those that are caused by the load following and forecast error. So, for example, in the day-ahead market, we have the hourly granularity. What happens when we have a nonlinear ramp from hour to hour? How do we deal with that? We know we have load following needs, but we don't know exactly what those are in the day-ahead time frame, so we want to make sure that we can meet those needs. When we have uncertainty between the day-ahead and real-time market, we're really relying on resources that were either committed in the day-ahead market or can be committed in the real-time. So something that would be really handy in dealing with some of these uncertain ramping needs is to have a product that we'd maintain capacity and headroom so that if we were above or below a forecast or saw certain ramping needs between day-ahead to real-time, we could actually use that resource then, and that capacity has been made available and is committed and has a real-time offer obligation to the ISO to be able to move that capacity around as needed. Oh, good news, we're developing that. So we're really looking at trying to address the significant differences between the IFM and FMM. And again, these are growing, particularly during the sun-up to sundown hours as we start to see variability that's caused not just by resources on the system, but by additional load variability due to some of the distributed energy resources behind the meter services we're seeing. The ISO has been a consistent proponent of reliability through markets. We still firmly believe that to the extent that we have a deep pool of economic bids, that we have the best ability to maximize the benefits of our dispatch capabilities to load. So again, we continue to push for the deep pool of economic bids. Having said that, we do rely on the LSE's procurement to address our net load ramps. Now, we have a couple different options on how we can do this. We can do this particularly, and again, I'm going to focus on the day-ahead market time frame. We can do this by having fast ramping resources available to us, or we can do this by having slow ramping resources available to us and adjusting the output of other resources that may be contributing in other ways and providing other benefits to state consumers. So what I'm really getting at there is the slower resources that are provided to the ISO in terms of meeting RA needs for net load ramps, that will drive the ability for the ISO to help facilitate the achievement of RPS renewable goals. The faster the resources we have, the more able we are to facilitate more renewables on the system, the easier it will be to meet these RPS goals. So again, we look to the LSE procurement, and again, we've tried to figure out what this balance is. We're, I think, ultimately not in the best situation to do so, but making the considerations and considering the trade-offs between the capacity costs that they're paying, the ramp speeds that are being offered by that capacity, and how close or how easily they see their renewable obligations being met towards these state objectives. So that's in large part how we're starting to take a step back and look at our predictable 3-hour net load ramps, which is as long as we've, now that we've got alignment between our net load ramps or our net load peaks and our system peaks during many hours, though not perfect alignment, it does start to condense the equation to make sure that we can meet both and that we can ramp through both. So we also heard our last proposal, wow, this is really complicated. You've got 3 products, you've got different durations, different eligibility criteria, different offer obligations. So again, in an effort to simplify the proposal down, we are proposing a single flexible RA product that is connected to connect the forward procurement and market operational needs. So again, the ramping and uncertainty needs that we're talking about. We will be connecting this directly to the imbalance reserve product, including the requirements that we need, so trying to create a statistical methodology to derive how much we need, the flexible RA counting rules, and the must-offer obligations. And again, we've heard a lot about the must-offer obligations already today with Lauren. We're going to add a little bit more depth to that, hopefully not a ton, and hopefully nothing that's earth-shattering or surprising. Sorry. And then finally, because we are connecting the products directly to the imbalance reserve product, we are proposing to eliminate the existing 3-hour net load ramping requirement. We will not have flexible RA product for the predictable ramping needs. It's okay, I'll pause. No, you can be a fast clap too if you'd like. Okay, never mind. It's been a long day. No, it's weird things are funny now. That is funny. Physically, at least, you're still here. We're back on schedule, so I can take a moment to have a little bit of levity in the conversation. For those of you on the phone, I'm sorry, Brian and Noah are picking on each other. Okay. All right. Back to the issues at hand. So again, as though you didn't know it from the last slide, we wanted to really kind of hit on it here. The day-ahead market is really what we're going to continue to turn back to deal with the forecastable 3-hour and 1-hour net load ramps. We understand, and we hope all LSEs out there that are doing procurement understand, as we've noted, the slower the RA you get us, the harder it is for us to deal with more variability. And so it's going to require more curtailments potentially if we're trying to do 3-hour net load ramps with resources that are going at 5 megawatts a minute, as opposed to resources that maybe go at 20 megawatts a minute. So by focusing on the imbalance reserves product, what we can really do is make sure that what we're providing to both the day-ahead and then the subsequent real-time markets is the flexibility to address the deviations from those day-ahead forecasts. Again, the day-ahead will resolve and develop feasible outcomes for what we expect to happen, and when the addition of the imbalance reserve products on that, we can also deal with a bandwidth around that which we have not forecasted as well. So again, we will be looking to make sure that the products we have in our market have an associated RA product to them. So we'll be looking to base the rules for the imbalance reserves and the RA reserves on comparable measurements and capabilities. Specifically, we want to make sure that whatever RA is giving us is going to give us enough flexible capacity to clear our day-ahead imbalance reserve products. That is the goal. The day-ahead market will determine how to optimally commit those resources to ensure that happens. Again, we're looking to capture 15-minute ramping speed, which is what our imbalance reserve is going to be measured on, how resources will be measured, how much they can provide interval to interval. And so we're looking to provide a 15-minute ramp capability to assess our flexible RA resources as well. As Lauren noted, the resources that receive imbalance reserve awards would, as well as energy and ancillary service awards in the day-ahead market, would all have offer obligations into the real-time market to provide the product for which they have been picked up in the day-ahead. So if you're in imbalance reserve, coming back with either incremental or decremental energy relative to your day-ahead awards would be required. For those of you that have not been actively engaged or following the imbalance reserve product and the day-ahead market enhancements, we've put just a simple example of what exactly it would look like in the presentation. Basically, when you're looking at the orange bar, that's the expectation of what our day-ahead market would look like. We'd clear relative to that forecast, but then we know going into the FMM that that's going to be different. We see that it ends up being the kind of brownish red line there. And so what the imbalance reserves is going to do is it's going to procure a fleet of additional capacity that can ramp up or ramp down depending on what our actual realized needs are in the 15-minute market. And that envelope around that FMM, or that day-ahead award should ensure that we have sufficient capacity committed in such a way that we can meet the differences between that IFM and FMM award. Yes, Brian.
Brian Decker with MRP. Before you leave that slide, is the difference between the orange and the red line, is that behind the meter solar? Doesn't the ISO have some kind of idea what's going to appear there?
Megan, do we know what the driver behind the delta and this particular observation was?
Yeah, so we picked 4 different dates for case studies, and we specifically were looking at dates where we had a very large amount of uncertainty materialize. So you can see here the difference between the orange bar, day ahead, and the red bar, start of the real-time market, is very, very large in the middle of the day, and I do believe that this was an example of a high penetration of rooftop solar, and our forecasting team is working on integrating that into our forecast, but maybe on this day, during the day-ahead time frame, we didn't expect that amount of rooftop solar, and then during real-time, it materialized. So I think this is actually a great example. If we think historically, we've always thought about the need to have flexible capacity in the upward direction. Now we need the ability to have flexible capacity downward direction. So this is an example where the imbalance reserves in the downward direction would have met the needs for this day.
Thank you. Can I leave the slide now, Brian? Leave the slide now? Okay, thank you. Please. Yeah, just making sure. So when we're looking at developing new criteria and new measurements for flexible RA, we want to make sure that it meets a couple of basic criteria. First and foremost, we want to make sure it's easily procurable bilaterally. We want to make sure that each requirement that we have is clearly known and identified and quantified. How much resources count towards meeting each requirement, in this case, the one requirement, is clearly identified. And then we want to make sure that we can try and mitigate the regulatory risk for procuring LLCs. In other words, if we give you a number, that will work as well as it can. Again, as we've learned in local, that's not always a perfect number, but it's a number that can try and minimize the exposure that an LLC has from regulatory deficiencies or potential additional costs. So we will look to ensure that the flexible RA product, again, the single product, is designed to ensure we have adequate imbalance reserves procured and available to us on a daily basis. In order to define that right now, since we don't have imbalance reserve data, we're looking at a couple different options, but really primarily we're looking at how can we grow some of the historic forecast errors we've witnessed in the past between IFM and FMM, and utilize that information to develop a forward-looking view of how much flexible RA we need to deal with uncertainty. So right now we're proposing 3 years of seasonal historic data to determine the difference between the IFM and FMM, and then try and calculate a rate of change of those differences, so year over year over year. And then in addition to that, combine that forecast with the growth in wind and solar, so trying to grow that out and trying to see if we can basically extrapolate out how much flexibility we need given the contributors and drivers to some of that uncertainty. Once we have sufficient imbalance reserve market data, then we can go back and see if there's a superior way of doing it. But right now, this is our primary proposal on how we would determine how much would be needed during any given year. The quick estimates of how much imbalance we're seeing is available in the day-ahead market enhancements papers. I think we're seeing, again, we were not looking to go bidirectional. It would be looking at something more akin to unidirectional maximums for each given month. Grant?
Yeah, is there any consideration given on the flexible RA requirement to deliverability?
Not at this time, but it is something that we are aware of and contemplating for the future, there are considerations for deliverability in terms of the imbalance reserve product, and so how we need to hand that down to the RA requirements is a very good question, a very complicated one. But thank you, Grant. No, it was first. No, go away. Sorry, dude.
Carl, can you go back to one slide for that duck graph again?
That was 2 slides.
Oh, sorry, 2 slides. So looks like F. So is the largest difference between the delta between the 2 lines and not the bottom and the top, right?
Yes.
Let me add some context. So we took a 2.5-year data set for our analysis, and this was driven for the day-ahead market enhancements. And out of the 2.5 years, which started January of 2017 through March of 2019, we observed all of the days and the imbalance that materialized between the day-ahead market and the real-time market. And we actually did this for both IFM to FMM and RUC to FMM. And we took the 95th percentile of uncertainty that materialized, which is our expectation to meet with this new imbalance reserve requirement and product. We'd meet the potential of 95% of the worst-case scenario of uncertainty materializing. So the upper bound, the blue bar, and the bottom bound, the purple bar, are the 95th percentile of the uncertainty that materialized over the course of that year. Does that make sense? Kind of.
Given the other inputs into the model, yeah.
And in order to meet this delta, the supply or the product you're thinking is based on a 15-minute ramping capability?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, I had a question. Go to Doug.
Vice Pharmacy. So did you just mention, like, on a monthly level, what this requirement would be based on historical data?
The maximum ranges we've seen for up and down, it tends to be, and Megan, correct me, but I was thinking it was 5,000 to 6,000 megawatts in the up or down range.
So at the 95th percentile, it was about plus or minus 4,000 megawatts. And in the day-ahead market enhancements, we are actually exploring making the requirement more granular, so potentially a daily or an hourly basis. So we're exploring options so we have flexibility in targeting the need for that particular day. So we'd use the forecast and different elements that could be impacting that day. If you have a high amount of solar on for that particular day, you may have more uncertainty than if you know you're going to have no solar day. So we're looking at ways to build this imbalance reserve requirement to meet the particular needs so we have the most flexibility and we're covering the operational need that we need for that day.
But again, similar to how we establish RA needs, those are set based on a forecast of maximum needs over the course of the month. We dispatch them based on our forecasted needs day to day. So it wouldn't change necessarily over the month, but you know, as Megan said, they're looking to winnow that down and clarify that a bit more.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if Kaiser has done any estimate about, you know, based on the proposed criteria, what is available capacity you have, and, you know, just like a estimate, I guess, at this point.
More than 4,000 megawatts. Again, that's a little bit terse and abrupt. I understand that, but the answer is no. We've not looked at that because what it's going to require at this point in time is, we're continuing to develop the day-ahead market enhancements and work this hand in hand, and simply pulling all the resources to find their fastest 15-minute ramp range. We've not had an opportunity to do that to date, and we'll see what we can do at the next iteration.
Okay, thanks for the explanation. I also have a question about...
Wait, can I jump in before you move on? So I haven't published this data yet, but I've been working with the market quality team to identify how much RUC capacity is available through the residual unit commitment process. So the RA availability bids that are bid in and either awarded or not awarded through RUC. And while that doesn't distinguish what's 15-minute capable or not, it does show that from RA as we know it today, we have sufficient bids through the residual process. So let's go to Tomorrowland when we have that same RA fleet bidding into the day-ahead market. That means the day-ahead market would have adequate capacity to award our imbalance reserves.
Okay, well, that's helpful. One more question about the requirement. You said the maximum difference between the IFM and the FM forecast. I take it as a CAISO portion of the FM because the real-time market is really for EIM.
I see, yeah.
So even you intended the capacity for the CAISO load, you cannot guarantee that capacity is for the CAISO load in real time to bridge the gap between the day-ahead and FM. Thanks.
Okay. You said there's one more in the queue?
Yeah, Lauren, we'll take the question on the phone.
That caller has exited the queue.
Okay, all right. I went. Oh, Doug back there.
Yeah, Doug Bochignani. So can we infer from this that you're no longer concerned about being able to meet the ramps, the 3-hour net load ramp, that the resources that are out there and are going to be bid into the day-ahead market are going to be adequate and well, it's just a matter of dealing with the uncertainty and the shift, the difference between hour-ahead and hourly scheduling and 15-minute scheduling?
To say that we're not concerned is probably not fair. But from the standpoint of, if we can meet peak, if we have the resources that can get us through to, 1 in 10 LLE, for both gross and net load peaks, it becomes a matter of balancing those resources. And to the extent that entities want to give us slow resources, we'll figure out how to balance those. We remain concerned. I think it's always an ongoing process and endeavor, but again, it's also us overcoming a certain amount of that fear to just work with what we're given and maintain reliability under a different set of resources than we've had historically.
I'm going to jump in again, too. This is Megan again. So I actually think that our net load ramps are one of the main drivers for our day-ahead market enhancements. We're seeing the net load ramps get steeper and steeper, but we're setting ourselves up in the day-ahead time with an hourly schedule. It makes it very hard to meet those 15-minute changes. So while one of the main purposes of the imbalance reserve product is to meet this large amount of uncertainty, one of the other purposes is to make sure we're procuring 15-minute ramp capability to move from one interval to the next. And I think how this correlates with that 3-hour ramp that we're talking about from how we know RA today is that if we procure the right amount of imbalance reserves to meet uncertainty, plus we know it's 15-minute ramp capable, we think the combination of those two will adequately meet the need of 3-hour ramp. So it seems superfluous to have an RA product doing that plus the imbalance reserves. And the imbalance reserves will be co-optimized with our energy and our ancillary services at the same time, so it seems to be the most efficient market solution to meet that challenge.
Can I just respond, though? It does seem to be I get that, you want to be able to deal with the uncertainty between the day and real time, but sort of implicit in that is that you're confident that the fleet of resources that are going to be made available in the day ahead are going to be adequate to get you the shape you need to meet that.
Yes, and that's why we still will need to ensure that we have flexed RA bidding in for imbalance reserves into the day ahead. So as long as we have bids for imbalance reserves, then we are confident we can meet these needs because it's all part of the market solution, the model. It's forecasted. We know the shape of that net load curve in the afternoon, and we're procuring our imbalance reserves to meet that.
No, it's honest teaching. So, again, if the product is based on a 15-minute ramp, the amount of capacity that would be procured for flex in this case would be lower than the NQC values. But I think what I'm hearing is that it sounds like if it's sold as a flex product, then the requirement for that product, for that capacity, will have to be bid in up to the entire sort of NQC value and not just the 15-minute ramping quantity for the flex. But the flex is sort of reserved for that imbalance in real time.
So, no, this is one of the challenges we're addressing still, which is the idea of it's measured on a 15-minute capability. The market will optimally utilize and situate it to move it as fast as it needs to in the day-ahead market to the real time. The question about that you raised is a good one, which is how much bid-in capacity, meaning economically bid-in capacity into the imbalance reserve product do we need to have to ensure that we can access that fastest range?
It seems like, yeah, it seems like it's, if it's sold as a flex resource, it's a binary choice of effectively bidding in or self-scheduling, you know, things. But then you actually have a quantity for the real-time market optimization to figure out.
So the answer to your question, Noah, is not an easy one right now because, again, you're asking the heart and soul of, and I don't think we've made it a binary choice to date. We're still exploring. I understand why you're making it that way, and that may be the only way to achieve it. We haven't landed on that yet. Yeah. Misplaced the clicker.
Lauren, do we have a question in the queue?
We do.
Yeah, this is Peter Griffiths with PG&E, and Carl, I have to say I'm happy to see sort of the ISO move in this direction in terms of trying to simplify the flexibility and look in this way. The question I have, and this just may be premature, both in the flexible product in the energy market and in this, and it has to do with cost allocation and responsibility for procurement on the capacity side. Has there been any thought given? I mean, certainly the way the flexible requirement is currently allocated, it does take into account both the load variation as well as the resource variation of each of the LSEs, and I'm assuming that that's going to be a similar sort of thing with this product and with the way it'll be charged out in the energy market.
So I won't speak to exactly how the day-ahead market enhancements is going to bill out and settle all the imbalance reserve awards. I'll encourage folks to follow that process for those specifics, but for doling out the requirements here, and I think it's coming up later, but at this stage of the day, I'm going to just say it. We are looking at the sources that we have available to us for some of these contributing factors for deviations, and right now we've put out load, wind, and solar contributions as some of the largest but not the only drivers to this, because again, this is a requirement that goes out to an LSE, even though LSEs and load deviations may not be the only drivers to this requirement. This was a similar issue that was raised in FRAC Mover. Right now, that's what we're exploring.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right. Let's see, we did that one. Okay, so in making some of these changes to the day-ahead market enhancements, trying to pin down exactly the need for what resource eligibility we would have for resources to receive an EFC, effective flexible capacity. We're going to keep the acronym even if the counting rules change, unless that's a problem and contract needs to change the term. You guys let me know. I can go any which way on that. Basically looking to, we put a preliminary list out there. We expect to receive feedback on it. I know that in the last iteration, having the conditionally available resources on there was problematic. We've left it on there. We expect it to still be problematic. We're still looking for, we haven't gotten what I thought was an adequate resolution to at this point in time, and more specifically, what we would do if we were to allow conditionally available resources to be available, how we would utilize those and ensure they have the proper availability into the ISO. I think we really are focusing on use limitations or resources that we can model fully, particularly through our day-ahead and real-time markets. So to the extent that you have a use limitation that has a opportunity cost, that will help. That allows you to be eligible because you can bid that opportunity cost into the ISO and contribute to the economic bids. You're not trying to manage that use limitation through other non-bidding strategies. Obviously, the resources need to be at least dispatchable in 15-minute increments. Otherwise, it's not going to do what we need it to do if it's picked up for imbalanced reserves. This goes for imports as well. So they'd have a 15-minute obligation. And again, one of the things, and I won't mention it in a great amount of detail through this discussion, but we do recognize that some of the decisions that are pending at the PUC as far as how we deal with import RA potentially creates some challenges for import RAs to provide flexibility and system RA, simply because I think the requirements at the PUC now are to self-schedule those resources into the ISO for them to count for system RA, and that would be not allowed for flexible RA. And again, as Lauren noted earlier, we are not looking, again, because as we noted earlier, flexibility needs what we're trying to meet is not a regulation-based need, so NGR resources that are listed as REM would not be eligible. Grant?
Yeah, maybe you may want to jump in on this or answer this, but the imbalanced reserve product has both a 1-hour ramp and a 15-minute ramp is what's being proposed right now, right, to look at. So in the EFC calculation, would you be saying we have an EFC and you have a 1-hour rating and a 15-minute rating that would go into this product? I mean, is that kind of the thinking right now, or?
We're not looking at a 15 or an hourly rating on this one, Grant.
So we would have two separate products in order to distinguish between what's hourly ramp capable and what's 15-minute ramp capable. So the imbalanced reserve would be the 15-minute ramp capable stuff capacity, and the reliability capacity would be hourly ramp capable. So the way the flex RA policy would align with the DAME policy would be specifically to meet that imbalanced reserve 15-minute piece. Yes, only the 15-minute, because that's what's going to, again, get us up that steep net load curve.
So we are open to stakeholder feedback and trying to set the right parameters on this. Again, we recognize that, and hope you guys recognize as well, that this is an evolving process and we're trying to pin all these things down. So it is a coordinated and collaborative effort here at the ISO, and we expect to have some additional feedback on this to make sure that the resources that are eligible to provide flexible RA under this new paradigm are reasonably accounted for. For imports, the only other piece about imports I'm going to mention is that they do have to have MIC. MIC is a requirement for providing any type of RA into the ISO to ensure it's deliverable. So making sure those capacities have that available import capability to the ISO is going to continue to be a point of emphasis for flexible RA as well, which again gets back to the other question/concern with the recent PUC decisions or pending PUC decisions and how they relate to a resource's ability to provide both system and flexible RA. We recognize that, between this and the market enhancements, there are a couple things, particularly what we'll focus on here is the ability for the eligibility criteria we put forward. We don't address some of the things such as accounting for energy limitations, 4 versus 6 hours or 15-minute capability, how sustained that capability needs to be, or how many megawatt hours they have to have backing a specific capacity resource. And again, we don't get into some of the multiple starts per day kind of criteria that we had for the original frac move or flexible RA product. Those were, frankly, confusing to a lot of folks about whether or not they could count for a different flexible RA capacity category or not. So we've kind of stepped away from that, recognizing that these criteria don't capture that. The imbalanced reserve product, again, is going to be looking out over an entire day. So it will optimize resources over that day about how they get utilized relative to the constraints they have on a day-to-day basis or that are bid in. some of the challenges may still arise relative to bidding outside of their day-ahead award windows and differential commitments from those day-ahead awards relative to a MOO. However, as I'm currently understanding it, they will honor the energy limitations for many of the resources on a day-by-day basis, so we won't end up with an infeasible imbalanced reserve award based on energy limitations. Past that. So now that Noah's gone, we can all talk about him. Now, we note that the EFC value would be assessed over a 15-minute interval. We'd look to establish that for resources that have met the eligibility criteria. I mean, you have to cross into the, you can step into the playground to get an EFC before we'll give you one. We're not going to consider the startup time or the weighted average ramp rate. Those were, again, clunky and bulky calculations that were not really necessarily reflective of optimal use of the resources. But we do have to recognize that the PMIN can play a role in terms of how much we can move in 15 minutes. It kind of cuts off if you start running into minimum operating levels or if they last longer than 15 minutes. So our theory here is that you count for your highest or your fastest 15-minute interval, excluding your PMINs. We will not cut PMINs in half to account for that. The EFC will be capped at the UCAP value. Again, there's not currently a reserve margin for forced outages or forecast error or any of that fun stuff for flexible RA. We're really focused, again, on the forced outage rate, so keeping that component, and again, trying to maintain simplicity in our counting rules. So we propose to cap the EFC at UCAP. We're looking at a couple different exemptions to that. And again, they're probably not a surprise. We have not fully figured out exactly how to do that. Because we are relying on the day-ahead commitments to ensure that we have imbalanced reserve, the idea of needing to have short start resources or cold start for the consideration has kind of gone away, and so we can look at the idea of how fast they can move over 15 minutes from a warm start, because again, the day-ahead market is now making that consideration and taking that into account, so the resources will be available to move more quickly potentially, and that could potentially allow them to provide a little bit more flexible RA than they otherwise might be able to. Okay, we're almost there, guys, I promise. For imports, we don't have some of the same ramping capabilities and characteristics or PMIN burden or PMIN levels that we have for internal resources. So basically what we're doing for the imports for Flex RA is their ramp rates as defined in the master file are basically infinite. So we're deferring to the LRA or the LSEs to determine how much import flexibility they want to provide, subject to the MIC availability. And so we're just going to keep it that simple, as, again, noting that those resources have to be 15-minute dispatchable as well to even be able to provide that. The EFC rules for solar and NGR resources are two of the more problematic questions we're having right now. Solar is problematic for different reasons than the NGRs. Recognizing that solar right now, their NQC value is based on their ELCC studies. That may not reflect their ability to produce during all hours of the day. So to say that, hey, you've got a must-offer obligation or an EFC of 10 when at 3 o'clock in the morning you have 0 makes it quite complicated. So we know that they can provide imbalanced reserves potentially during the sun-up to sundown hours. There are much more limited capabilities when they have, well, no ability to move. So we are looking at a couple different options and are open to feedback from stakeholders as to whether or not solar resources, when we're looking at EFC values, we either limit the amount of flexible RA, we either limit the amount of flexible RA we receive would allow from solar resources to count, or again, trying to avoid complexity, but hey, it's there, creating a separate bucket of flexible RA products that really focuses on a more limited subset of hours. And so instead of having a single product, you'd have a daylight product and a 24/7 product. because again, what we did see also is that the magnitude of imbalanced reserves needed, or between the differences between day-ahead and real-time, tended to be a little bit larger during sun-up to sundown hours than it was overnight. I don't think that's anything earth-shattering. NGR resources, again, their ability to balance uncertainty is achieved through can be achieved through both charge and discharge capabilities. So we are proposing to count EFC for NGR resources based on their 15-minute capability, and if that includes a plus and minus on that, that's okay. Each LSE will have to demonstrate they can meet their flex RA requirements. We'll be looking to develop the requirements on an LRA basis, though, and handing out those requirements, allowing the LRA to hand out those requirements as they see fit to their jurisdictional LSEs. We're going to step back on this. We know that this was a point of contention last time. We're going to stay where we're at on this, which is to say on the outside. The LRAs will need to hand us their allocation. We don't need to know the methodology. We just need to know the numbers so that we can plug them into our systems to verify and validate that they have indeed met their requirements. The load following metered subsystems, or LFMSS LRAs, would not receive an allocation for any of the forecasted flex RA needs, again, because that they're required to, or for any of their flex RA needs attributable to load, because again, they have a requirement to be able to follow their load anyhow. So having requirements on top of the penalties that are already in place for them is, again, a bit duplicative. If an LRA does not provide an allocation for its jurisdictional LSEs, we talked about how we derive one. We would then be forced to apply that to those jurisdictional LSEs. We're almost done, I swear. Again, we talked about this earlier with Peter's question. We are looking at LRA's share of peak load and their share of megawatts of wind and solar contributing to how those allocations would dole out. We are proposing that LSEs meet 100% of its flex RA requirements in the year ahead and month ahead RA showings. And we will assess the flex RA showings independently from the system and local. This is consistent to how we assess those showings today. Yeah, sure, go ahead, Wei.
So really quick on that one, the weather from SC. I think today the flex RA year ahead showing is at 90%, so presumably you would bring this to the CPUC proceeding as well?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Doug.
So in terms of the allocation, are you going to link this back to how you're determining the need? I mean, the need, it seems like, is based on differences between day ahead and 15-minute market. So are you going to try to look at how load differs between day ahead and 15-minute market and solar and wind, and then that's how you'll determine how much to apply to load, wind, and solar?
To load, wind, and solar, and then how you dole those out to a specific LRA becomes the question about, because it's not deviations over a specific interval. You're having deviations over all of the intervals, and then you're picking some function of that and saying it's like you're contributing this much, and you have to come up with the factors. So you're 50% of load, or you 50% of the load deviation. And that's where we're at right now. Yes, we can.
So you're thinking of what your contribution to the load deviation is? No?
No, because again, that's a whole other level of complexity in that calculation.
So you're just saying just your share of coincident peak load?
Your share. So the share of if the primary factors that we're using is allocation. Again, we understand this is not all the drivers of imbalance. If we utilize simply load, wind, and solar, you say, okay, the requirement we have is set on, let's call it 4,000 megawatts, of which we make a determination that 3,000 of that is due to load. But again, we're having 1,000 megawatts in one interval, 2,000 in another, 500 in a third, but the maximum set just giving a random particular interval that happened to be 4,000 megawatts of imbalance. So trying to come up with a attribution based on that single observation is a little harsh. We happen to be very wrong. The load happened to be very off on that particular observation, so we're going to hammer PG&E with the entirety of it, or whoever. So we're trying to come up with other ways to do that. Again, we remain open to suggestions.
So let me just try this. So if you determine that 75% of the day-ahead versus real-time need is attributable to load deviations in aggregate, then you would say 75% is going to get allocated based on your load share.
Yes.
And then if you said, okay, of the remaining 25%, 15% was because of solar deviations, then you do that 15% on solar and then the rest on wind.
At a very basic level, yeah, that's what we're looking at. We're how much more granular we can get to that, again, with the idea that not every cause for imbalance is driven by LSEs. So, the idea of trying to figure out how to dole out those flex RA requirements, given the drivers of the daily product, becomes a little bit more complicating. But again, it's not different than it's not different in important ways than what we had to deal with in the original flex proposal.
And are you looking at doing it on a monthly basis then, or seasonal, or?
Yes. There arguments can be made for either, Doug. I mean, there's seasonal differences in the uncertainty that you can identify, and but we have monthly RA requirements. How precise are we in one month relative to another? At some point, it's a random draw of what the weather or the inputs into your model are that year. So we'd welcome feedback on the pros and cons of either of those options. I'm going to get us out of here at 5, I promise. Not if somebody has a question. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I know, we're almost done. Sorry. I had one question. It's kind of a little bit higher level. This is Bora from 8 Minute Solar, by the way. So there's over 34,000 gigawatts in the interconnection queue, and I think in the hybrid resources group, there was an assertion, or there's a statement made, not an assertion, that about 40% of these are hybrid energy storage plus renewable resources, right? So you have a ton of energy storage that will be coming through this system. And it seems like this particular product is really optimized for your combined cycle gas turbines, in the sense that energy storage can do this for sure, but energy storage can do a lot more rapid response, a lot faster, up and down, discharge and charge from the grid, right? So it seems like this product is basically catering to a set of generators that hopefully we're going to phase out in the next 10, 15 years.
So respectfully, it focuses on the identified need up front. And what I mean by that is, yes, we need regulation. Yes, we need frequency response. Those come through different means. So when we're looking at RA, the question that we asked ourselves here at the very beginning of, and I'll do this very quickly, was what are the different drivers? What are the things that are driving our needs? And we focus really primarily, because of the ways in which we receive those other attributes, the frequency response and the regulation, not as market needs, not as something that we thought was a necessary procurement of RA capacity. So it's not a matter of catering to a type of capacity, but more catering to this is the need we're trying to address, is these imbalanced reserves and the deviations from day ahead to real time. Not, again, disputing your claim at all that there are benefits to having those other products, but this one specifically is focused on that one element.
And I'll add on really quickly as well. You can click while I'm talking. That the imbalance reserve product is not going to distinguish between resource types, but instead distinguish based on resource capability. So if there's a storage unit that's capable of responding to a real-time dispatch and moving with a 15-minute ramp capability, then that storage resource would be eligible to receive an imbalance reserve award.
My point is that storage resource can move in 1 minute.
Yeah, and if it can move in 1 minute, then maybe it's eligible to provide some of these other products too. So it's not necessarily even the movement, but the ability to respond to the economic dispatch. So how quickly can it get the dispatch and the signal and then respond to it?
Okay. So appreciate. So we've got 4 slides to go. All right. Again, I'm going to kind of move through these quickly because, again, they're similar validation processes to what we engage in today, which is we'll get the showings, we'll test the showings for adequacy at a LSE by LSE, notify them of potential of deficiencies and potential risk of backstop procurement, and then we'll assess at the system level. If we're good on the system level, we're done. If we're not, then we start to dig deeper and find out why we have a problem. And we'll go down to the LLC by LLC basis as far as that goes, looking at their individual requirements as they've been given to us. Showings, again, coming in terms of EFC. Oh, I forgot to delete that piece of that, so we're just going to skip that one. We are still looking at the must-offer obligations, as Noah hit on earlier, trying to figure out what it's going to take to get to those fastest range. We're looking at the window on this. Right now, we're looking at least a window of 5 to 9. It's part of how we're trying to deal with some of the solar questions and, again, the higher need. But, again, we remain open to whether or not that's the appropriate window to strike that balance or if we should expand that window to something more. And, yeah, I think I'll call that good enough because we've covered all that other stuff. So I am beat and exhausted. I expect that everybody left because they were too, and those that you have toughed it out, thank you very much for your persistence and perseverance. I appreciate your attendance today. We'll look forward to questions. Do you want to do the next steps? I'll get you there. I went too far.
All right. Here. I'll grab it. Hold on 1 second. I'm just going to go over the next steps. All right, here we go. Okay, so we are looking for comments, so especially the comments that you made today, we'd appreciate it if you could put those in writing and submit those to the initiative comments mailbox. We are going to be providing a comments template, so what we'll do is after it's posted, I'm going to send out a link to all of you just to let you know that it's available. That'll be out on the initiative webpage in case you missed my email. And then I think the draft final proposal for the slow DR and the available limited resources, we said the 23rd of October those comments are due. We're going to go ahead and make those due on the same day. So they'll both be due on the 24th, so it's not confusing to you all. And then as far as next steps beyond this, I think if you look in the proposal, the second revised proposal, you'll see a more detailed schedule. And so the plan is to put out a third revised draw proposal in mid-December, and then we'll have a 2-day stakeholder meeting, a working group meeting in early January. January 7th and 8th is what it says in the proposal. So that's kind of looking beyond these steps here. So any questions before we conclude? I know you're all tired. We really appreciate your participation. No? All right. Safe travels home. Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks, everyone.
That concludes our conference. Thank you for using AT&T Event Conferencing Enhanced. You may now disconnect.